by his boss, and he's like, "What the fuck?
I would love
Fuck you!"
I would love to have Turcos back.
Shh, chat. Don't tell them we can hear them.
I see.
I saw you on mute. I just gave no fucks.
I love the moments that I come into the chat.
Welcome
everyone. Yeah, to the liberation of St. Cardaius Rest. When we last left off, you had been investigating the town of Mount's Edge. And after having a bit of a chat with the leader, the Father Alderman, and investigating, having a bit of a snoop around on Flux's part, you discovered a plot, or at least a plot was sprung, at any rate, as the Vicar Alderman held you all to ransom with a dead man's trigger. And after the feedback of some psychic activity started to drive the town insane, you were able to literally disarm the Vicar Alderman and disable the explosive trigger that would have collapsed the road leading up the plateau's edge to the fort beyond, as well as destroyed the Taurox in which Riven and Feely and Packard had been waiting. During the chaos, you each felt pulses of psychic energy, of rage attempting to take hold of you. Some of you succumbed, others resisted. And all hell broke loose as the citizens started to go insane and attack everyone nearby. Nualia is currently standing at the doors to the town hall, fending off the ravening hordes, trying to rally the remaining militiamen to her aid. Riven, Flux, and Angrotrom have descended below ground into a network of tunnels smashed between the cellars of different buildings. Flux, sneaking along, had found their way to the mouth of a chamber in which 6 men stood about, a series of bunks, shelves, personal belongings scattered about, and at the far end, a large stone door, behind which you could hear chanting. And as you prepared to attack sneakily, Angrotrom stormed down the corridor behind you, passing the mouth of the tunnel you were in and running beyond, shouting loudly and drawing the attention of the 6 men in the room.
Dick.
Look. I'll kill him and you'll be fine.
Except you're already going the wrong way.
Hey, we don't know that yet.
You just said you ran past the mouth of the tunnel we're in. That implies that you're going the wrong way.
I'll go down a secret one they didn't know about it. I'll pop up right behind them. I will dig it out with my bare fucking hands. I'm a mountain dweller.
I hope the cave collapses on you.
All right. When we left off, Angrotrom had just run past, shouting, and the men had turned their firearms towards the mouth of the tunnel you were in, Flux. You were concealed behind a cloth curtain hung across the entrance. What do you want to do?
It is time for what I am going to call a spicy yeet. I am going to throw a frag grenade at these humans.
Do you have a frag grenade in your inventory?
I do. In fact, I have
1,000.
Should have a fair bit.
No, I have 6 frag grenades and 3 crack grenades.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are they in your combat roll?
Oh, yeah. I prepared for this.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
I know, it's always, shocking when I prepare for something.
Gasp.
Big hum.
All right, 5 successes. You can shift 1 6.
I'm gonna shift the 6 into the thing, because I just want these guys dead now that I've had my cover blown.
Damage? Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Oof them up.
Not bad.
Very nice.
Big explosion.
How do you toss this grenade into the room, Flux?
Yeah, so these fuckers are now looking down the hallway. And I'm just gonna roll it out at them.
Like,
you know that
alright.
moment where everyone's just so stunned it doesn't even register until it's too late? It's like that.
Yeah. The grenade tinkles across the floor with a metallic ring on stone as it rolls over to the group. One of them glances down at it and has just enough time to go, "Oh shit!" before there is a loud bang. A cloud of dust and shrapnel erupts from the grenade, and 3 of the enemy are thrown down to the ground, the others throwing themselves aside to avoid the hail of micro fragments. Down the
5
hallway,
minutes left.
Angletrom, Ribbon, you both hear the loud bang of a grenade echo down the corridors.
Yeah, he turns heel
Angletrom,
and
it
starts
seems
running
to
for it.
come from behind you.
Okay, back. Sorry.
Welcome back.
You're just in time. You just heard a loud bang coming from the corridor that Flux went down.
And
Okay.
realized that Angletrom went past it while he was screaming.
What will happen is he will go, yes! Percussive guidance! And he'll spin on his feet and just start running towards the explosion.
That's not how that works, you idiot.
It's echolocation for dwarves.
ears are ringing!
Yeah, and I probably wouldn't be yelling that anyway, since I'm trying. Like, I'm not stealthy, so I know that.
It's the dwarf version of echolocation.
Yeah,
I mean,
alright, that sounds right.
that bang, stealth doesn't really seem in the cards anymore.
Yeah, okay. From where I am, what can I see?
You can see a stone corridor heading off down ahead of you, lit by bare bulbs hanging from wires attached to the ceiling. You can see Angletrom down the corridor has just turned on his heel and is running back towards you.
Oh,
There is a
Hi.
tunnel. There's a tunnel leading off to the right, further down, from which the explosion came, and where you saw Packard duck in.
okay. I am going to follow. Let me think. I am going to draw the Melta. I'm going to head down the way Packard went, and can I ready an attack if I see anyone who I know is not friendly?
You certainly can.
Okay, I think that's what I'm gonna do.
All right, you dash down the corridor. You have enough movement to get to the junction that you saw Packard head down. Looking down the corridor, you can see a blanket hung across the mouth of the tunnel, and you can see Packard and Flux crouched on your side of it.
All right, I'll wait with them. Just quietly.
They're about 10 meters down the corridor from you.
Okay. Can I take? Is it possible to like take a defensible position from so that I can like cover them if necessary? Not with hot promethium, just in general.
You can certainly take cover in the at the corner of the tunnel.
All right, I think I'm gonna do that and just kind of wait and observe. There's a lot of weird shit I don't understand here, and I need more information.
Fair enough. Angletrom, what are you doing?
Yeah, he's just running in the direction that he heard that explosion come from.
All right. You run back up the corridor. You see Riven dash forward as well. She takes up a position at the junction heading to your left. And as you round the corner, you can see Flux and Packard crouched behind a curtain about 10 meters away from you.
Well then. Dave's just gonna start running in that direction. The axe ready to go. He wants to get in there. see what carnage got caused, and clean up if anyone survived.
All right. Back upstairs. Nualia. There are...
At least we always know your motivation, so that's nice. You're consistent.
Well, yeah, there are 2 groups of militiamen still fighting, and a pair standing next to the las cannon who are trying to fend off the civilians attacking them.
As well, aren't there... This is one of the 2 groups that's fighting still,
Yes.
right? Yeah. Yet Nualia is going to look back at Lanewald. What's going on with Lanewald?
She is currently loading a new belt into her heavy stubber.
No, remember I told her to put that one down, and she switched to the las
Oh yeah,
gun.
she did switch to the las gun.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yet Nualia is going to look to her and say, Lanewald, cover the door. I'm going to find the transmission room.
You got it, boss.
And, yeah, I'm going to go and find the comms room.
All right. Give me an awareness roll.
Okay. Skills, let's see. 5.
All right. Not bad. You dash back into the town hall. The screams and cries of terror of civilians in the town recede somewhat. Glancing around the main hall, you can see 4 open doors that lead into various chambers. From what you can see, none of them lead to the Vox array, but you're pretty confident you can find it. And you fiddle with your own Vox
sorry.
unit a second.
I'm sorry. One moment, Alex. Can I ask you to mute, please?
Sorry.
Thank you. Continue, Hugh.
You fiddle with your Vox unit in your helmet for a few seconds, tuning it to any broad frequency, and you cast your head about, and sure enough, you hear a burst of static coming from a door at the end of the hall. Running down it, you kick it open to reveal a set of stairs leading up. It seems to lead up a narrow tower up the back of the town hall.
Let's see. For how narrow the space is, she's gonna put away her las gun and just have her her chain bayonet ready, and she's not wasting any further time. She's barreling up those steps.
All right. Give me an athletics roll.
Okay. Do I want to... Yeah, I'm gonna wrath that.
All right.
Alright, 4.
Yeah. With your power armor assisting you, and even though, it's a fairly high tower, it's a lot of stairs, it's a bit tough going, but you sprint up as fast as you can, the power armor helping you go. You're a bit breathless at the top, but you find yourself outside a small wooden door, behind which you can hear a voice. And we will leave you there for now. So, back to Flux and the others down below, as it is NPC's turn. Packard sweeps the curtain to one side so that it's still covering Flux, and raises his rifle. And he is definitely within close range.
Ooh, nice.
Bruh.
Hell yeah, Packard.
It only took being at point blank range for the sniper to be able to make a shot. I mean, what?
Real crit hours. Oh, they can't crit, can they?
Packard? No, they can't, sadly. Packard squeezes off 2 shots, and as 2 of the militiamen try to scrabble to their feet. Both are caught in the chest and slump to the ground. There is one more left standing in the room. And we'll roll for Lanewald. Damn, Lanewald.
Nice. Holy shit, Lanewald.
Not so great on the damage, but good shot. Alright then, yeah. Nuale, you hear the crack of lasfire from down the stairs, but you can't tell much else.
Yep.
Alright, it is that last survivor's turn. He is going to just hose the entire corridor, because he can do that, because he's got an automatic weapon.
Sorry, Hugh. Am I close enough that I can interrupt him with my prepared action,
You
or am I
did-
still too far back?
You did hold an action, and Packard did open the curtain.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Cool. Let me figure this.
Nice.
All right. Now, just so I'm clear, I know the Melta has one thing left in terms of ammo, but how many shots does that actually get me?
It will last for an entire round of combat scene.
Okay. Might as well break it out here. I'm going to. I think I'll wrath that, just because timing and rule of cool. It was a 3.
All right, 3 successes hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
16.
AP
Damn.
minus fucking 4?
Yeah, it's a melter gun.
What the hell?
It's designed for destroying tanks. Yeah,
You
Ruben, how
literally-
do you want to kill this guy?
I want to lock eyes with him, and then I want to switch the Melta into like. I don't want to overtune it, but I want to kind of. Is it possible to just fire not even a jet, but just like a ball of promethium?
Well, it's a melter gun, so it is effectively a beam of fusion energy that turns the air ahead of it into plasma.
Cool. All right, I want to
You
lock
know
eyes
when-
with him and then blow his face off.
You know in
Alright.
X-Men, the dude that shoots lasers out of his eyes?
Oh, Cyclops.
Yes, Cyclops. Yeah.
Basically that.
Oh, I can switch the target with
You're
it. Okay.
basically Cyclops if Cyclops's thing was gone through a gun.
Okay,
It's
cool.
it's
I
like
didn't know
that,
it was like a
only it's
target.
the heat of the literal sun.
Cool. Yes, I would
So
like to.
better
I'd
than
like to aim for his face.
Cyclops.
So that is a melter gun in the game chat.
Sick.
But yeah, Riven, you swing round the corner, raise the melter gun, and pull the trigger. You lock eyes with him for a split second as they go wide, and he takes a half step back before his head and shoulders are incinerated in a beam of blinding light.
So far past fucking around right now.
The body topples over backwards with a thud. And as the silence descends, you can make out chanting coming from seemingly beyond that room.
Hmm.
All right. Top
Are
of
we
the
out of
round.
initiative order downstairs or still?
I would say you're all out of initiative order now, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Want to sweep
Since
the
it's
room
just
and check out the
NPCs that are
door.
fighting now. What do you want to do?
Sweep the room, check out the door, see how it's fixed.
All right. You all pour into the room. There are 3 tunnels. One in the one you came through, then one to the left and one to the right. They branch off deeper into the darkness, and then across the room ahead of you is a large stone door. The room itself has several crude bunks, some shelves, personal effects laying about, a couple of tables. The chanting seems to be coming from the large stone door. Go ahead and give me an awareness roll, Flux.
Well,
Or investigation.
Nah, I'll stick with that. I'm fine. This is fine.
You're not entirely sure how the doors are affixed. They appear to be several inches thick at the least.
Can I
And
see the
they
way of
are
opening them?
push them maybe.
Could
Lovely.
I guess I'm technically not in the room yet, but I feel like Ackletron would have a very good idea about how this functions.
Yeah, you're able to dash in behind Flux and Packard as they clear the room.
I'd
I'd
like
say-
to do similarly to how we did, to how Packard and I cleared this room. Lead with a grenade.
Mm,
I don't trust whatever's down here.
that's
I've
wise.
got a few of those.
Someone push the door open. Two of us can roll in grenades.
I'll push it open. I'm fine with that.
Uh-huh.
Give me 1 moment. It could be
Packard.
trapped.
Sounds
Aye.
good.
Yep.
Packard and Ribbon, you can cover us as we
Oh, okay. Yep.
cover us from behind as we lead in.
Yeah, sounds good.
You got it.
Real quick, could I awareness? I guess what would be better, awareness or investigation? If I kind of want to.
Give us
I
an
think
investigation
that-
if you look, or stealth, since
Oh,
you're looking
can I
for
help
traps
with
and
stealth?
mechanical access.
Stealth would actually be better than my investigation. Interestingly enough.
Could I help with stealth or tech to see?
You can help with
To
stealth
help
if you want to assist. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to argue a bonus because mountain
So-
dwelling people.
Stealth is not only your ability to be unnoticed, hide from others, conceal things from others, or steal. It is also your ability to manipulate or notice traps, mechanical locks, other such things.
We're not doing great today.
Assist roll.
I'll wrath mine and see if we can get more.
Yeah. I might wrath mine. Not sure.
Hey,
No,
we're up to
fine if that's
we're
the
up to
case.
6.
Yeah,
6
six
successes.
total.
I'll save my wrath if that's chill.
Sounds
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the doors do not appear to be trapped in any fashion, but as you both examine it, you each place a hand to it, and you can feel a soft vibration thrumming through the stone like a pulse.
We need to move fast.
Yes, it's time to push.
Wait.
Get his whole fucking body up against it.
Yeah, these.
Yeah, I will prep an action to roll a grenade in as soon as he gets the door open.
Wait, how many grenades do I have? 3.
That's an excellent question.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Can I just throw my bandolier when the door's
That's
open?
not a good idea.
All the grenades on your bandolier? Sure. No reason not to.
Sick. Fuck them up.
I don't think you understand how tactics work. As well as, we don't want to collapse this place on top of us. The Inquisition will want to see this.
But also, I think to your first point, Aquatrom does not understand tactics.
As well, just backblast.
Fair point.
It'll certainly kill him.
Yeah, it might kill us too. I'd rather not.
Agro, I'm gonna have to tell you not to do that. You
Mm.
can throw one grenade as a treat. I'll even let you throw it first.
He takes a puff of a cigar, but he's clearly like a child.
I'll give him a pat on the shoulder. I'll give him a pat on the shoulder. Riven and I will get the doors. Packard will cover you, and you can lead in.
Sounds good.
What's that word the youths use in the normal cities? Tea? No. Yeet! I will yeet the grenade when the door's open.
Hey, you do you. Do you have any idea what he's talking about?
Is that not what the Ivers say? Where did I hear this word?
I'm gonna motion over to Flux. Do you have
Sorry,
any
I did not hear what you just said. Someone walked in my room. What the fuck?
That's a valid yes.
Riven was asking Flux, do you know what in the hell he's saying?
He's talking about eating the grenade.
It must be some weird abhuman cultural thing.
I guess.
No. It's. I heard it on a hive. It was on transport.
Huh.
It's not in my
guess-
language.
I guess we can talk about the stuff that you do in your free time later.
Yeah, we don't got time for this crap.
Yeah. No. Let's
On
I'm
3.
going to bed. He's kidding.
on 3.
Alright. 1,
And yep. I guess
2,
yeah.
and 3. And I
Most
assume
doors open.
we
Strength
both
roll.
get a door.
Both of you give me a strength roll.
Sure. Oh, can I use the can I use my arm for this?
Yes.
Perfect. All right.
Nice.
Oh, hey,
Glory.
Glory. So using the arm got you.
All right. Yeah. You both heave on the doors, and they slowly grind open. The sound is surprisingly loud as stone screeches on stone. Angotron, give me a ballistic skill roll for your grenade.
All right. Let's do it. If I just hold it to my chest and run in, can I make it weapon skill? I'm kidding.
That would probably also
Sure.
kill you.
Kamikaze it.
Hey! There we
That's another
go.
glory. All right, yeah. The doors grind open, screeching stone on stone, pushing back into recesses in the wall, revealing a vast chamber, bigger than you would have expected, held up by rough stone pillars crudely cut out of the surrounding bedrock. In the center is a circle painted on the ground and edged with candles at key points. You can you can also see a ring of a silvery powder around a scene that will haunt you for the rest of your days. And I'll tell you what it is when we come back from Nualia.
Bruh.
So,
Excellent.
Nualia, you have
I
run
mean-
up the stairs. You're breathing heavily. You can hear fighting below and the screams of distant civilians in pain. Ahead of you is a small door at the top of this tower, and you can hear a voice beyond it.
She has
Go ahead and give me
she has not stopped moving. She's barreling into that door at full speed.
All right, go ahead and give me a strength roll.
I can definitely do that. 3 with a glory.
All right. It is not a particularly sturdy door, and you smash through it, busting it to splinters. You see a very small, cramped room with wide panoramic windows giving you a view over the entire town. And sitting at a desk with a large Vox unit on it is a man wearing the blue armband of the militia on his arm, and with a lasgun propped against the table next to him. He turns in surprise, a headset on his head.
I don't even stop. I'm not taking any chances. I just immediately just chain bayonet him in the chest and like flip him out the tower
Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
while trying to pull the headset off of his head as well.
Peak.
Actually, make that a strength roll. Yeah.
Not an attack roll.
Now you're
Since I
trying to
am
throw him out a
using-
window.
After I chain bayonet him.
You can do one or the other.
I kind of want to throw him out the tower.
I'm at the tower. Do
Oh.
it.
Yeah,
Do it.
do it.
Okay.
Do it.
I might want to use a glory on this, so don't call it immediately.
All right.
Use the Star Wars scream thing.
Okay.
Wilhelm scream.
Let's
Yeah.
see. Do you folks mind if I
could
use?
technically use the Wilhelm scream.
You could. It is royalty. It is copyright free.
What
Yeah,
I'm
it's
hearing is you need to pull this immediately for when this succeeds.
Sure.
I don't think my voice mod lets me do a soundboard, unfortunately.
I think we could. I think there's a YouTube thing of it.
I am
fine
sure
with
that
this.
there is. But do you folks mind if I
Please,
use
go
a
for it.
glory? Okay. Yeah, 2 more. So total of 4.
All right then.
I found it.
I already have. You're too slow.
Oh.
God damn it. I wasn't expecting you to actually do it for me.
Also, while you're while
There you go.
while you're doing
I'm so
that,
happy.
I remember during the fight with the vicar and the 8 or 10 soldiers that were outside his door, I lost all my shock. Have I regained that?
No, we're still in a fight.
I would say no, not yet.
Okay, the scene has not ended yet. Okay.
No.
All right.
But yeah, you run forward and grab this man. He attempts to struggle, but you easily overpower him. How do you want to throw him out the window?
I just
By the scruff of his neck.
pretty much
Line him?
one hand just rips the headset off of him and then grabs his throat. The other grabs him by the belt and I just flip him out. I haul him up and flip him out the window.
Just imagining Nualia holding him by the back of his pants and the back of his shirt and just two-handed chucking him horizontally out the window.
It's not even by the back of the pants and shirt, it's the front of the pants and shirt. Just picks him up and hauls him and throws him.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Annoying.
his body smashes through the window. Fuck's sake.
This is starting to become a real problem and I'm getting concerned.
Agreed.
It's just an itch in the back of my throat that won't fucking go away.
Maybe you should stop smoking so much.
It's fine. But
Stop with
yeah,
the cigarettes, Hugh.
he smashes
Becoming
through
a
the window in
problem.
a
This is
shower of
officially an
glass.
intervention.
Smashes through the window in a shower of glass and plummets down to the roof below. Unless you want to peer out after him.
Hell no, I don't care. I just immediately go to the console and find some way to patch myself in. Basically, make it so that I can. Actually, I guess I would just take his the headset that I took off of him. Open up the visor and speak through whatever little microphone he had. And yeah, I'm going to flip it onto open broadcast, pretty much.
All right then, not difficult.
And Nualia she's got the headset to where one of the headphones is in the helmet and she can hear through it, but then the microphone is at her mouth. And yeah, she will listen for just a moment.
You hear for a split second. Confirmed operation successful. Repeat.
Okay. And then yeah, she switches to
Don't love that.
yeah, no, she switches to open broadcast and says, "This is Sister Lieutenant Nualia of the Taurus Igni 999th Platoon from Mount's Edge. To all Imperial and Loyalist forces, Mount's Edge is lost. Shoot anyone coming from Mount's Edge. No questions, no mercy, until further orders are given. There are
Explain that.
witches at work."
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Jed,
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we could lose
This-
our minds here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
It's just until the situation is resolved, no one leaves this town alive.
Oof.
Okay.
And
Do I hear this?
then
Nope.
she the final thing she will say is to the Imperial Commander, send the Inquisition immediately. And then she slams the headset back down and runs back down the tower.
Here's to
Actually-
hoping the Inquisition doesn't just nuke us.
Yeah. Actually, no. She's gonna look towards the road leading up to the fortress.
Give me an awareness roll.
Six.
Nice.
Not bad. Yeah, you can see the glittering thread of street lamps lighting up the switchbacking pathway up the flat side of the cliff edge of the plateau. Seems to be intact.
Is there anyone going up it?
You can't see any sign of headlights.
I can't see any sign of like movement going up the trail with or without
It's
headlights.
pretty far away.
Fair, but I figure like even in the very dim light, I could see figures like move in front of the lights or something like that.
It is so distant you can just make out the lights as dots of glittering light in the distance.
Fair. Okay, then I forget. Flux, you kept the dead man's trigger, right?
Yep.
All right, then she's gonna get onto her personal Vox and say, Private Feely, call down to Flux. Tell her to set off the detonator. We're quarantined.
Hello?
Damn it, you're right. Tell them. Tell them to set off the detonator. We're quarantining the town immediately.
Man,
Too real.
rip in peace. The hand
Remember,
cut
your
off.
Torx will go with it.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yep.
gonna say.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Nobody. She ain't letting heresy and witchcraft get out of this town.
Okay.
As well, even with that broadcast, like, she doesn't know how quickly people will get it. If the berserk anything tries to go up that mountain pass, they might get through, and she can't allow that.
All right. Nawalia, give me a tech roll.
For my personal Vox unit?
Yep.
Okay. 2 with a complication.
Down in the tunnels, Ribbon, as you enter the as you are both pushing the doors open, Feely turns to one side and holds a hand up to his ear. But you are unable to tell what's going on as the doors open to reveal the chamber beyond. And in the center of the room, within this circle inscribed in the floor, is a row of bodies, bound and chained, throats cut, laying in pools of blood, each wearing the uniform of the Tauros Igni. You can see 3 bodies. You can see an altar around which kneel about a dozen figures wearing heavy hooded dark robes, chanting rhythmically. Between them, an altar drenched in blood, upon which another member of the Tauros Igni is laying, held down by 2 other hooded figures as a third raises a knife over them. There are 4 more members of the Tauros Igni knelt to one side, guarded by other hooded figures, bound in chains, bruised, bloody, And all of this contained within a shimmering dome that comes from a flowing energy erupting from a crack that sears your mind to look at, hovering in space over the altar. I need you, all three of you, to make me a corruption roll.
Fuck.
We're in danger.
What? Just so I know, what does this do? This is resist corruption.
It's,
Yes, resist corruption.
yeah, under attributes.
Fuck. Yeah.
Nice.
go.
So what happens should we fail this?
You will gain
find out.
corruption.
Okay.
If you gain
And if
enough
you gain five
corruption, you
corruption.
start mutating.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
I already have 3 because I'm an abhuman, but
Oh,
I
nice.
very
Alright.
much avoided that.
I think I also have 3.
Feel free to use some glory to avoid this.
I'm not sure if I want to, quite honestly.
That
I
is entirely up to you.
yeah, I know there's
No,
consequences. for
I'm
this.
sorry. I have 4 corruption.
Yeah, I don't have any points of corruption currently, and given the circumstances and given my character, I think I want to just take this.
All right.
Okay.
Do it. It's fun.
Anyone
It
wants
is-
to spend glory can.
I'd like to steal one if I could, just to be sure.
Go for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's your DN for?
You'll find out.
Ah.
Probably you have succeeded, Mason.
Oh, I know I have because my DN's 3.
Oof.
Dice gods have spoken.
Yep. Hopefully 3 is enough.
All right.
Is it in your sheet?
So, Flux and Riven, you both take 3 points of corruption.
I think that means I get a mutation now.
Well, you can potentially resist mutations. Let me just get to the mutations
I am
section.
tarnished.
Oof.
The DN for all of my corruption rolls is now worse.
Mm-hmm.
And I get I believe, minor mental mutation. At least
Yeah,
according to the old.
Like I said, you have a chance to resist it. Let me get to the rules. Here we are. Mutations. You make a mutation test, so roll conviction against a DN of 4.
Mm.
I'm taking it.
Okay.
All right, roll me a d6.
I really want you to get Warp Made Manifest.
All right,
Here we go.
I'm in danger.
The road has
roll.
started.
roll me 2d6.
Oh, that's pretty close.
Oh boy.
All right then.
Give me wings. Give me wings.
No,
I think that
no wings for you.
Damn it.
Sorry, that's radiation that causes that, according to Sanguinius.
big question.
Wings.
That is actually problematic.
Okay.
Do it.
I'm gonna die now.
Or you're gonna get grossly powerful.
Yeah.
There's a lot that could happen
problematic
here.
means he wasn't gonna have a way to make my character live after it happens.
So what is 54?
54 is aquatic. Your lungs are absorbed into your body while functional gills form on your neck. You lose the
Okay.
ability to breathe air.
Ah.
What the fuck?
Ah.
Okay,
Ooh.
I will say, you guys can spend a glory, and I will let Flux re-roll on the severity table.
Yes.
That is up,
Yeah.
That is up to Flux. If Flux is okay with it.
Yeah, I like not dying.
At the very least, not in so bullshit of a fashion.
Yeah. I mean, cool mutation.
Every time I've had to get something off of the mutations table, it's kind of fucked me over. So I'm not surprised by this at all.
So I'll let you pick between re-rolling the severity or re-rolling your conviction.
I mean, if it were me, I'd roll with the
I'm
I'd roll
not
with the severity.
confident. I'm gonna go with the severity.
Yeah, because at least you can change the result.
Yeah.
All right, roll a d6.
1d6.
Yeah.
Bruh.
The dice gods have spoken.
Can we roll the table again?
Can we flip the table now?
I mean, that would be nice. Yes.
Can I spend a wrath to at least reroll the 2d6?
Sure. But I would say since this is a new roll, you will roll again on the table anyway.
Okay.
The whole thing?
Yeah. 2d6.
Okay.
That's
If you got 54 again, I would have cried.
That's an interesting one.
Is it immediately deadly?
No.
Cool.
It's just deadly when the Inquisition shows up.
Yeah, well.
Maybe it's
Alright.
not noticeable. Maybe.
So, the energy of corruption fuses your body with your armor and any augmetic implants.
Oh.
These items change in appearance to take on more organic forms, though their function remains unchanged.
Interesting.
When the equipment suffers damage, it heals in the same way as your body. However, in healing, the equipment acquires scars, which are organic in appearance. If your armor covers bodily orifices, new organic portals emerge so that you may continue your tortured existence.
Fantastic. What is that one called?
Flesh metal.
Nice. Okay, that one's actually really cool. I like.
I'm basically
so-
a Warforged now.
I would say for the sake of narrative, we'll only apply this to augmetic. Since you're wearing a uniform, you don't have bare metal touching your skin. If you were in power armor, that would be a different matter.
Okay. So all of
So-
my existing augmetics just look more fleshy now, and I will not be able to take them off, and they heal a la organic shit now.
Yes, but there is also a mechanical penalty. The union of flesh and armor increases your wounds and shock by 2, but you can no longer remove worn armor, blah, blah, blah. We're ignoring that bit. And your strange visage causes a minimum +2 DN penalty on social interactions and tests against targets that do not have the chaos keyword.
Ooh.
I
Interesting.
have no social skills, is what I'm hearing.
You now have a penalty to all social interactions, yes, because your augmetics look fucking weird.
They stopped
Lovely.
being metal and are now fleshy.
Well, they're still metal. They're just also alive.
I mean, I don't know if it's the mechanicus in me or just me as a person. I'm having a hard time seeing a problem with this. Personally.
So this does not manifest immediately. It will take time to come to fruition.
I have
As
a
for
question.
now,
If I get
yeah.
any new augments, will this also start to apply?
yes,
Wait, will it?
and then you will not be able to remove them. Yeah, flesh
Like
metal
a
is a permanent
degenerative
affliction.
disease.
I knew it was a permanent thing, but
Does
it
that
just
mean
completely
technically
overwrites.
my short-range Fox unit would also become part of me?
No,
Oh, that'd be so cool.
only implants.
Okay.
When your Mechanicus wants to become Dark Mechanicus.
So, yeah,
Maybe.
the devices can no longer be removed, so that is the major downside to that. But for now, Flux, Riven, as you see this display of barbaric cruelty and the bizarre rift into the immaterium,
Doesn't Ribbon have to roll too?
I did already, and I only have 3 corruption now.
Yeah, Ribbon does not
I-
have a mutation.
I did not get it from the old lady when Nualia murdered her in cold blood.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was
Yeah.
not there for that.
This is Nualia's fault because she put me in that situation.
I mean,
You're not
a lot of
wrong.
things are.
But yeah, both of you feel horrified at this display. And a part of you, some small aspect of yourself, feels forever tarnished by the trauma of this experience. It is certainly something you will never forget. Angrotrom, your grenade clatters and rolls into the room before detonating against the shimmering dome around these individuals. The blast of shrapnel and dust erupts, but the shimmering force field remains untouched.
Yeah.
And you see the blade of the robed figure standing over the member of the Taurus Igni plunge the knife into his neck and rip it open. Everyone give me a willpower roll, including Nualia.
Okay.
I wonder if this would be a negative or a positive if Agrotrum feels like incredible righteous fury right now.
All right,
I'm right there with you.
Story.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. Which is annoying because I have a 4.
Yeah.
All right,
Just-
Nualia, Flux, you feel the rage creep up at the back of your minds again, but you're both able to push it down. Riven, Agrotrom, you are consumed by rage as it washes over you. And as you glance around the room, you are maddened. A red haze descends, and your only thought is to harm the closest person to you.
Fuck.
So question about that.
Oh no.
Do we have any way... So you said... I just want to understand how this works. Red haze, in my vision, we're staring at this, right? Wouldn't our first instinct be to go and try and rip those people apart?
It would if it were anger that followed your normal convictions, but this is something else.
Okay.
Some invasive impulse forcing its way into your mind.
Okay, so not natural anger. All right.
Feels bad.
Yep.
Who is the closest person to me, then?
Probably me.
It depends on how far I
well-
went into the room.
Riven and Flux are both opening the door,
Right.
so they would be at the front. Then Packard and Angletron probably behind them. And then
But the
Feely
dwarf
standing
did go
back.
in first.
Well, he threw the grenade in, and then this happened.
Right. So we had enough time to get in there. Honestly, my thought is, Agrotrom, you
Now
target me, I
he's gonna
target
try
you.
and
Fuck. I don't want to. I have a way better thing I want to do than fucking hurt random people. Shit.
I mean, yeah, don't we all?
I mean, I don't know about all of you, but that's just about what I've been doing, so, you know.
You did just throw a guy out a window.
I
That's
did,
true.
exactly.
Apparently, I would have done it too by drop kicking him.
I've been
I mean-
shooting civilians up here, non-lethally, but still shooting civilians.
Hugh, I guess the best way to resolve this would be if we count the number of people that we have the potential ability to harm,
Have a roll
and then
off?
we just
Yeah.
roll. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Feely, Agrotrom,
Oh, fuck, Feely. God damn it.
Packard, Flux. Okay, so both of you roll a d4.
Sure.
Can I roll conviction? Nah. I'll roll with
4.
2.
All right.
Don't we bury each other?
Agrotrom, you are going after Riven,
Perfect.
and Riven, you are going after Flux.
Fuck me. Ugh.
Hey, maybe I'll take you out first.
I hope so, frankly. Can we order it in that way if we're... I'm assuming this turns into combat?
You are able to attack them in any way you feel like.
Okay. If I have the option, I'm going to delay until Agrotrom goes.
I mean, you're both acting at the same time,
Should we
effectively.
roll initiative just to see which of the group of us,
Oh, that's a good
you know,
point.
whether
Yeah,
Anger
everyone
should
go ahead and
first
give me a
or-
combat initiative roll.
Yeah.
just because this isn't necessarily in our...
Oof. Oof.
Hey, it worked out the way I kind of thought it would.
Well, Feely and Packard are pretty fast.
Great.
I don't want to get shot by my boys either. Fuck.
Yeah, I imagine I'm just sitting there staring at what's going on in the room, just not
Yeah.
even registering Riven turning on me.
All right, then. Packard and Feely are going to back away in surprise as the two of you turn. Riven, you got... Agrotrom, you go first.
Yeah. I charge Riven. Action hand just screaming bloody murder. It's like, disgusting!
Mhm.
Beasts! He's just fucking yelling random shit.
It's fine. I'm not taking it personally. I understand.
I know.
All right, go ahead and give me an attack roll, Agrotrom.
That's +1 to attack dice for charging.
Yep.
All right.
4 successes.
Okay.
What's
My
your
defense is
defense,
1.
Riven?
So,
Okay.
That definitely hits.
yeah, I
I
have
mean,
robes.
You can shift that 6 to glory if you want to.
It shall be done.
I mean, there's
No,
no
I
reason you
take
couldn't,
damage.
really. You earned the glory, so...
Yeah.
Okay. No, I will. I am going to shift it to glory and not damage.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Think of it as the last scraps of your will fighting against the impulse.
I like that. That's really
Well,
cool.
I did hit you kind of hard.
Yep.
That's AP1.
Ooh.
Okay. What does that mean for my side?
It reduces your armor value by 1.
Okay. All right. So my AV is 3. So I switch that to 2.
Yep.
Right.
And 11 damage.
Okay. And then I roll. Do I roll determination?
Yeah,
You subtract the damage for your resilience from the damage, and then that's how many wounds you take. Then you roll determination for that.
Okay. So my resilience dropped from 7 to 6 because of the AV drop.
All right. So 5 damage.
Okay. That is my 5 wounds.
You
So
could
If
choose
you
to
roll
be damaged if
determination,
you want
you can...
yeah.
Ooh.
If
Okay.
you roll determination, some of that goes into shock. If you don't roll determination, you're basically downed.
Okay.
Well, that is 2 shock and 4 wounds.
Okay. Oh shit. What was I at before? I was at 4, so now I'm at 2. Okay, cool. So I'm at 1 wound left and 2 shock left.
All right. Agrotrom's axe slashes down at you, Riven. You're barely able to avoid being hacked in half as the blade scratches across your ribs, cutting through flesh and scoring bone.
Here's my question. If Riven was about to angry attack me, but Agrotrom attacks her first, does she angry attack him or still keep going on me?
That's what I'm trying.
I
I would
guess
like
he
to
has
know.
engaged you, so yeah, I'd say you probably go for Agrotrом instead.
Sweet. Okay, works out.
E.
I'm assuming I'm in too much rage to be able to operate a ballistics weapon, correct?
Oh, you could
You
definitely shoot him.
You could definitely shoot if you wanted to.
I mean, in
Uh,
melee.
If
But
I have a
you are
choice,
in
like,
melee.
melee?
You can't fire a weapon that is not a pistol in melee.
Perfect. Okay, even
You
better.
have a fancy bitch pistol.
I do have a bitchin' pistol, but it's in my pocket. I'm currently holding the Melta.
Smack me with the belter.
That's kind of what I was thinking, honestly.
Do it!
I figured that probably will do the least amount of damage, frankly. If
We're
I'm
all
just
gonna
hitting you with
die
a...
here and have to rewind anyways. Or just restart the game from scratch.
Okay, so this is.
From in the jaw.
So
Go
this
ahead
is
and give me
rolling
a
weapon skill?
weapon skill roll.
Okay, I have a garbage weapon skill, so you're probably fine. 2.
That meets my defense.
Okay.
Does that hit?
It usually goes
yeah.
to the player.
It usually goes to the
However-
defender, of the player rather. But yeah, you're both players. I would say we'll go with the general rule of the defending player takes it. So no, Riven swings at you, but you are able to avoid the impact. Flux.
Can I call how it goes just real quick? Just 'cause
Sure,
it's
go
in
for
my
it.
head. She swings it, but Agrotrum with his axe takes it under the blade and just pushes it into the ground
That sounds right, yeah.
and prepares for another swing.
Yep. Yes, Riven is not a melee combatant whatsoever, so that works out perfectly.
All right, Flux. Agrotrum has just thrown himself at Riven, and Riven is fighting back. You have no idea what's going on. Well, I mean, you felt the psychic pulse. You might have an idea what's going on.
Yeah, I'm going to just realize what's going on and look at Packard and Feely. Sorry. Leave them, stop the ceremony. And I am just going to leave them to it and try and get through that fucking shield.
That's fair.
All right, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna walk up to it and see if I can get through it at all. And yeah.
Yeah, you dash up to the shield. As you place your hand against it, it feels solid. And as you touch it, you feel a crackling, burning sensation against the skin that's in contact.
Can I see what it's coming from?
The crack in reality above the altar. As you run forward, the knife-wielding cultist moved towards the bound members of the Taurus Igni.
If I take a second and I look at the room and I think, with how solid that this seemed to be, if I were able to collapse this room, could I reasonably assume it would stop everything?
Give me an investigation roll.
That moment when throwing the bandolier would have been the best idea.
You could probably quite easily collapse the room. Whether it would destroy the force field, you're not sure, but there's a lot of rock above your head. Though it might hurt the captive members of your regiment that are in there.
But there's also the question of in this particular moment, do they care?
It's really matter. They probably need to be put out of their freaking misery at this point.
Probably should start screaming at them that it's time to fight.
Can I see any places that I could put charges and collapse the room?
There are several large rough-hewn pillars carved out of the rock that makes up the floor, ceiling, and walls.
That's what I'm doing.
All right, go ahead and give me a tech roll.
I'm re-rolling that.
All right, yeah. You dash over to one of the pillars and start setting up an explosive. Packard and Feely are going to run into the room, and Packard will open fire on the dome. Where's his bloody gun? There it is.
Well, where's his gun? He's holding it.
I just really
The
want to break out.
999 regiment has a long list of weapons that they can use.
Yeah, they just pull it out of their ass as convenient for them.
I mean, that's kind of our MO, really.
Pretty
Well,
much.
I've got one sheet for all of them, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he takes a shot. Lasbolt cracks into the dome. You, anyone? Well, no, none of you are really looking. So yeah,
Nope.
you hear the crack of a last shot. Upstairs, Nualia, you feel the psychic wave hit you, and you manage to push it back.
Yep. Pretty much I had said I was going back down the tower, but I figure staring out at the road probably took more time than, like, saying all that and staring out at the road, like, that would have taken time.
I would say it would have been a couple of simple actions on your turn.
No, she's actually going to listen for confirmation of her broadcast.
All right. You wait for a few tense moments, the sounds of screaming and fighting still rampant through the town. But after a while, you hear an unfamiliar voice. Confirm 999, heading to your position now. Hold at all costs.
Denied. Do not come to Mount's Edge.
Your authority does not extend to this vessel.
It's the fucking Inquisition.
She pauses for a second
Oh boy.
and just says, I understand. Emperor's light with us all, then. Sister Lieutenant Nualia out. And, yeah, she's gonna put down the headset and go back downstairs. She's pretty much going to race to the door and check on Lanewald.
All right, go ahead and give me another athletics roll.
Seven with a glory.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nualia, you do not have time for stairs. You run to the railing and vault over, dropping down the tower. You slam into the ground. Hero landing, fist in the floor. The rockcrete cracks beneath you. Your power armor absorbing the blow. And you sprint out through the door towards the entrance, where you can still see Lanewald, now joined by 3 other men. And you can see 2 more dragging the las cannon up the steps.
Yeah, I go up to them and take position, and I just, I look to Lanewald and say, the town is quarantined. The Inquisition is on the way. Let's defend ourselves.
Someone needs to clear this mess up.
Let us just hope that we can control it, and that we do not all need to be cleaned up.
Lanewald grimaces. Best not to think about that.
Indeed, we've got more important things, speaking of which, and if I have an action, I will take some shots.
I would say it took a full run to get to the door. But next turn, you certainly can.
Okay.
Lanewald will, however, take some shots, as will the men with her. Yeah, it doesn't do badly. A couple of the civilians are mown down by Lanewald's fire. The militiamen do their best, but they are following your orders and using low power.
Mm-hmm.
It does not seem to be slowing the civilians as much as you would have hoped.
Yeah, seeing that effect, Nualia is just going to shake her head and say, nothing for it if we're all dead. No more non-lethal. Shoot to kill.
Lanewald gives you a bittersweet grin and flicks the power setting on her las gun.
And,
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yep. And, yeah, since all of that, I can't make an interaction test. So, yeah, that's my turn.
All right. Agrotrom and Riven, give me
Yeah.
willpower rolls.
Okay.
What would everyone be okay with using a couple of glory on these rolls?
Yeah, if you do poorly, feel free.
All
Okay.
right. There's a 2.
Glory.
Well,
Feel
yeah,
both
I
of
will
you.
use mine.
Yeah, both of you just grab 2 glory. Just
Let me wrath first, and let me see if I need it.
Yeah, feel free.
I need it.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, feel free to grab 2 glory and even like spend yours.
Fuck!
Oh my god.
So, all right.
Okay, then yeah.
2d6.
God damn it!
Oh my god.
Wow.
Riven
boy.
got
Those
2
ones are not with
successes.
you, Agrotrom.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is gonna be fun.
Yeah, it's
Shit. Well, hey,
Riven,
at least I get to die as myself. I'm okay with that.
Back.
welcome
Riven,
back.
you are able to snap out of the clouding rage that had taken hold of your mind as you suddenly realized that you were attacking Agrotrom. Agrotrom, you struggle against this hold over your mind, and you are forced to your knees as pain explodes through your head as you try to fight the urge to attack Riven.
I. It's not something I can do, but can I rule of cool an attempt at a reroll?
I
My objective.
have a suggestion. I don't like it, but I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
So we're still in the room. Flux is in the process of blowing it up, right?
Flux is currently laying explosives, yeah.
Okay. Are they still? Is Flux still in the room, or is Flux laying the explosives outside?
No, Flux is still in the room.
Okay. All right. Never mind then. I was gonna see if I could push Agotrom out the door.
That would be helpful.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if I can do that.
If you can clear it so that as many of us can get a running start out as possible, because I have a feeling this is going to start a chain reaction.
Yeah, that sounds right. I'm also not. Like again, if I die in this process, it happens. I'll make a new character, and and that's fine. Not great, but if it happens, it happens. Whatever.
I might
So-
cry, but this is what Flux would do. So like,
Yeah.
fuck
No,
it.
it's fine. I think.
I just kind of want to. I'm in a moment where I kind of want to use roleplay to see if I can get something to help.
I'm honestly. I think. Kind of like this moment a little bit, actually. So.
I mean, it's just if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I have a objective that if Hugh would be willing to give me the clarity to act on it just briefly and then decide what to do with it, that'd be really cool.
What's the objective?
Go ahead and
It's swear an oath to avenge a misdeed done to you.
go ahead and roleplay out whatever you do. I will decide whether or not it fits.
All right. From his knees, he's gonna hold his axe, like trying to hold his hand to the ground for a second, and he's gonna start yelling, just out loud, not directed, but just like this. You beasts, cultists! I know your god! I've heard his name before. I've seen you running across the battlefields, screaming about your skull throne. Hear me, you and your god! God! I swear an oath against you! I will dethrone you if it's the last thing my people do! He's gonna just start slamming on the ground, just hoping that his fucking righteous fury breaks him out of this before he tries to attack Riven again.
I will allow you to gain a wrath back for that.
Sick.
That was pretty good. I'll give you that one.
Yep.
Can I reroll that willpower now?
I'm gonna laugh if it fails.
I would say you can't re-roll it this time. However, you can spend wrath to make narrative declarations.
Could
Okay.
he?
Okay,
Could
I
he
You know
don't
what
know.
would
have?
be real helpful? If when this blows up, we could narratively declare that it works.
A good idea, actually.
If I can
That's
spend
not
it that
quite
way.
how narrative declarations work.
Okay, that's fair, but I mean, if we could narratively declare that there's enough rock to collapse the shield.
So
I-
you can narratively declare a lot of things. If you are already working towards a goal and you try to narratively declare and swing it towards, greater success, that's not quite how it works. Narrative declarations are to add or change something in the scene, not
Okay.
to
You know what
build.
would also be a good narrative declaration?
Uh,
An easy escape route for us.
yeah. Okay. So
An extra tunnel boy, if you will.
hold on. Can I make an attempt at this without I don't
Mhm.
necessarily need voices, but I have an idea. So
Avery is 110% done with my shit.
what's up?
Nothing, dear.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said you're 110% done with my shit.
It's fine. Okay.
Try to think of narrative declarations as opening a new opportunity.
Yes. I would like to I want to know if I can lead Agrotrom to try and charge me and out the door. Not throwing me out the door, but can I direct his rage enough that he's like a bull where I can matador him exactly once?
I mean, I don't think you even need to spend a narrative declaration on that.
That's
I
just
think
a
you
freaking
can definitely
agility.
just do that.
Okay. All right. And that is what I would like to attempt to do. Where are we in the turn order right now?
At this point, we're not strictly using turn order. It's mainly between you and Agrotrom at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna yell over to Flux. Give me the grenades. I have no sense of scale. Give me the grenades.
Not sure how helpful that'll be.
Well, it'll give you enough time to get out.
Get him out. I'll set this up.
Okay. I'll do what I can.
I do want to spend my ref on a declaration, although this is really vague as shit.
So
I want
what
to
do
say that
you want to do?
it's. I just want to say that Agrotrom's axe glows with a strange light. That's it.
I don't think you need to narratively declare that.
No, that just sounds cool.
Oh, I mean, I just kind of feel like it should because there's no reason for it. I just wanted to open that up.
I would say
Like it's not a normal function of this axe.
no. I'm aware. I will say we'll see what happens on your next turn.
Oh, interesting.
All right. So Riven, you want to try and bait Agrotrom?
Yep.
Go ahead and give me a.
Oh, sorry.
I'd say it's an interaction attack. So I would give you either athletics or strength.
I have a really stupid idea. And you can totally say no to this. Can I switch to binary and just start screeching at him to draw his attention?
Sure. I would call that a tech interaction attack.
If that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Scream!
Yeah. Hold on, I just need to double check something. All right, cool, we're good.
Sorry for anyone's ears I killed.
All right, 5 successes.
Hey.
And if you want me to say anything, I have to go switch the voice mod on, so that'll take a second.
Well, it's
If
binary.
you switch the voice mod on, you have to scry at him.
Oh, never mind then. That would be terrible for everybody. Okay, I'll just
I think you
leave
may
it as.
be careful.
All right, yeah, Riven. You unleash a binaric screech at Agrotrom. Agrotrom, the source of this noise is maddening. only worsening the splitting pain in your skull. You are considered hindered as you struggle to fight off this influence. So go ahead and give me an attack roll.
No problem. Hindered is like reversed. It takes the dice away, or it makes the
No,
DM
it
harder.
increases the DN.
Okay. That's still a hit. Sure, that's
Ribbon,
6 to
you
glory.
have +2 to your defense.
Okay, that'll still hit, but
All right. I don't think you can shift any 6s though.
I
So
think you can shift
no.
one, actually. Because isn't Ribbon's 3 with the thing?
what is your
but it
defense?
goes for
Ribbon?
player.
my defense is 1. I don't have much in the way of defense.
Well then, yeah, you can shift 1/6, Agrotrom.
I'll put it to glory.
Good idea. Sounds good.
It's damage time.
Do it.
Oh god. It's AP -1.
Okay, that's fine.
All
Does
right.
that continue to drop my AV
Yeah, it
again?
drops your AB value, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe you are downed, Riven.
Okay.
Agrotrom, give me a willpower roll.
No problema. I'm gonna... You said I didn't need to spend that, Rav?
Nope.
Okay, I'll just wrap that here, and I'll even... Can I take that glory? I
Yeah,
shifted.
you made it, so totally.
Versus Texas, please! Please!
All right. Agrotrom, you throw yourself at Riven in your blind rage, uncaring that she is leading you out of the chamber. Your axe slams into Riven's shoulder. Riven, you bring your servo arm up to try and deflect the blow, but the axe carves through metal and flesh alike, burying itself in your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
You are knocked to the ground, downed. Agrotrom, you grasp onto the last fragments of your will, pulling on all of the strength of your ancestors that you can muster. And you swear you can see a faint grayish haze around the head of your axe as you finally throw off the grip of this rage that was invading your mind.
As he comes back to reality and he sees Riven kind of brought low before the axe, you just stare for a moment in horror and grit his teeth. I'm sorry. I'll pay for this in blood, I swear. And he's gonna turn back away from them.
All
Just
right.
sort of stare at the dome.
Flux, you have placed 2 explosives out of the 6 pillars.
I mean, in theory, all I'm gonna need is 1 or 2 key pillars. I assume my tech roll was good enough to have figured out which ones would take the ceiling out.
You would have to put 1... If you wanted to bring the whole ceiling down, you'd have to do every other pillar. If you wanted to bring half the ceiling down, then 1 or 2 will do the job.
Okay.
It's a fairly large chamber.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So how much do you want to do?
I do want to collapse the room.
All right, it'll take you another round to place the last explosive.
I'm going to gesture at Packard. Make sure that they got out. Feely, finish helping me.
He nods, dashes through the door. As he sees you, Riven, he is going to try and help you out as best he can.
Okay.
Not bad. Yeah, you can regain 1 wound, Riven, as Packard gives you very rapid first aid. He pulls a canister out of one of the many pockets on his uniform, shakes it quickly, sprays it over your wounds. It stings, but you can feel a kind of elastic skin sprayed on, holding the wound closed. You are no longer downed, but you're still very low on health.
Yeah. Am I conscious at this point, or am I still
Oh
unconscious?
yeah, you've been conscious.
Oh no,
the whole time.
you haven't gone unconscious yet.
Oh, okay, cool.
When you are downed, you are on the ground and considered prone, but you can still perform a single action per turn. That is
Okay.
either a move, an attack, or a simple action.
Okay, good to know.
But you're on 1 health now, so you are no longer considered downed.
Awesome.
As this chaos occurs, the robed figure carrying the knife drags one of the bound Tauros Igni and throws them onto the altar. They begin struggling and screaming out in terror as 2 of the robed figures hold them down and the knife is raised again. Back up top, Nualia.
Hi.
What you want to do?
Yeah, lasgun is set to lethal. I'm opening fire on what hostile targets are left.
All right. Which group do you want to aim at?
Let's see. I'm going to salvo with my lasgun and multi-attack. So I'm doing the spray shot.
Yep.
And I'm hitting both of these groups. So that should...
Alright.
So if I remember the multi-attack penalty, the first attack is normal, the next one is plus 2dn, right? And
Yeah.
then the next
Well,
one after
okay,
that is
so-
plus 4dn, and so on
So
and so
every
forth.
attack you do adds to the total of all attacks.
Right. Yeah,
So
so...
if you attack twice, then both of them are at a +2.
Ah, I see. Okay. All right. Then yeah, so with that salvo, the lasgun salvo rating is 2, which means that it reduces the penalty by
By
its
2.
full amount. So yeah.
Yep. So
Okay.
you can multi-attack for free.
Yep. There's a success on that die, so I'm gonna wrath that.
All right.
Yeah, 6.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. You can hit, let's see, 6, so 4 of them in one group. Go ahead and roll your second attack.
Okay. 5.
5. So that is 3 of them in the other group.
All
So
right.
go ahead and roll damage for the first.
Plus 1 damage, so 8 full damage.
Yeah. And roll
then
damage for the second.
9 full damage.
All right. You unleash a pair of tight, focused bursts of lasfire at the 2 groups. You cut down 4 in the first group and 3 in the second, annihilating one of the groups and bringing the other to half strength.
Okay. And then I use my simple actions to reload.
All right. Yep. You drop the spent las pack, throwing a new one in. You hear the hum of power as the lasgun charges.
Okay.
All right. Lanewald and the militia will help out.
Nice, Lanewald.
All right. Yeah. Lanewald hoses down this group, destroying them all.
Very nice.
The civilians are cut to ragged ruin and collapse to the ground. The militia unleash a few blasts of las fire. The other 2 are still setting up the las cannon. They hit a couple of the civilians, but don't bring them down.
Mm-hmm. It's like the members of SWAT and the cops in the beginning of the very original Resident Evil 3 just firing into the zombie horde, like a leg twitches here, an arm twitches there. But they just keep coming.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, the crazed civilians leap at you, Nualia, attacking the militia around you. One of them goes for Lamewold. Lamewold is able to fight it off, and the ones attacking you are barely able to even scratch your armor. But one of the militiamen is brought down and gutted by a long bread knife wielded by a crazed old woman.
Well, remember, it doesn't actually matter how sharp your weapon is. It matters how heavily you can apply the force.
Nualia, you can see more civilians moving down the roads towards you, running in screaming, gibbering crowds. All right, downstairs. Flux, you set the final explosive.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm going to take a minute and nudge Feely towards the door. Run.
He nods and starts sprinting, dashing through the open door.
Yeah, I will look at the altar and the cultists behind it and bend over the charges. And under my breath, I will give a bit of a prayer. Praise to the Emperor and the Omnissiah. May this place be cleansed. And I will light the charges and run.
All right, give me an athletics roll. You are not the most proficient of sprinters. And you're quite laden down with a fair bit of gear. You are not nearly moving as fast as you hoped you would, but as you dash through the door, you see Packard pulling Riven to her feet. Agrotrom and Feely has just run past you all yelling, "Time to leave!" Riven, Agrotrom, what are you doing?
I guess we're making our way out the door.
Agrotrum looks at his axe, to the dome, and back to the axe. He grits his teeth as he thinks for a second. It'd be reasonable to leave it to the explosives. And he'll turn to leave, but not before he just as a test, swings the axe in the general direction of the dome. But nah, I imagine nothing, and he'll be he'll just angrily begin to move away and try and help with Riven.
All right. Riven, Agrotrom, give me athletics rolls.
Sure.
Agrotrom, roll an assist.
No problem.
I'm gonna
As you
probably
are
need
helping.
that because I have a 0 to start with. Yeah, that's
Fine.
Riven, you struggle to your feet and do your best to run, but it is painful and difficult. Agrotrom, you run up behind Riven and just sweep her off her feet and carry her down the hallway at a brisk trot.
Yeah. He'll carry her like how a guy would do a log. Just say, "No walking for you. My cuts insured it. And I'll pray that the stitches fix it." And he just starts, taking pace.
All right. Flux, how
says,
long?
through gritted teeth. Well, you're not really my type, but given the circumstances, I'll take it.
Flux,
He
how
seems
long-
utterly confused.
I gave it a very short fuse so that it couldn't be put out once it got lit by the cultists inside.
All right. Glancing back over your shoulder as you run, you see the raised knife begin to fall. Time seems to slow as you know what will come when it hits flesh. And then the entire vision is obscured as deafening explosions rock through the floor. You see clouds of debris obscure the chamber, rushing out through the stone door. It billows around you all as you run, and you feel the crash. You hear the tumble of rocks as the ceiling falls in behind you. The stone around you cracks, and you see jagged lines splintering across the ceiling, the walls, the floor. Chunks of stone begin dropping from the ceiling above your heads. Several of the lights shatter or go out entirely. Nualia, up above, the ground shakes, and you hear a dull, muffled boom, followed quickly by another, and a gout of dust and debris erupts from a crack in the ground across the square, before the entire thing collapses inward in a massive cloud of rubble.
So that's where they were hiding. Exactly where in the square is it?
There.
Okay. Did it take those two groups of civilians with it?
Yep, they disappear as the road gives way beneath them and crumbles into the pit that opens up.
Okay.
Does anything happen with the remaining zombie people?
They continue to sprint towards you all. But everyone go ahead and... Well, actually, no. You all feel a ripple of anger, but not as strong, not as directed as the previous waves that have almost overcome you. And it carries with it a jagged, torn feeling to it, a pain that sears through your minds. And then it's suddenly gone.
Okay. Do the civilians look as though they're faltering?
They stumble, and some drop to their knees, clutching their heads in pain, but most of them continue to lunge forward to attack.
Okay. Nualia will just shout out, "Spare any that aren't fighting! Kill the rest! But do not go near them."
Lamord nods, shoving one of the civilians back and clubbing him across the head with the butt of her rifle.
Yep. She's going to, she's basically just gonna wade in and start clubbing and punching at this point. Basically, like, trying to manhandle the civilians off of the soldiers.
Alright, go ahead and give me a strength roll.
1, with a complication.
Yeah, you lunge forward trying to pull the civilians off the remaining militia, but two more leap out of the darkness at you, grabbing hold of your arms and legs. They don't slow you much, but more leap at you until you're being held by about 5 or 6 of them, each trying to pull your arms and legs away. You are struggling just to fight them off.
Okay. Then, on her personal Vox, Nualia will Vox down to Feely. "Feely? If you lot are still alive, we need reinforcements up top immediately." It's not over yet.
Down in the tunnels, you can barely hear anything over the sound of collapsing stone. Need you all to give me another athletics roll.
No problem.
Yeah.
Not nearly as good.
Ooh.
Did Riven even need to roll it? I'm carrying it.
Riven is being carried right now. All right. Flux, go ahead and roll me a d3.
That is not correct.
Four.
There's a... There we go.
All right. You take 1 wound as the others pull away from you down the corridors ahead, dashing back the way you came. The ceiling continues to give in, massive jagged cracks splitting the rock. A chunk of stone smashes across the back of your head, another slamming into your shoulder. You stumble, but just manage to keep your footing and continue staggering ahead as dust billows up around you, obscuring your vision. Agrotrom, you dash forward down the tunnels. You come to the junction that you ran past originally, turning left back the way you came, carrying Riven over your shoulder. Packard and Feely sprinting behind you. Feely breathing heavily and staggering a bit, but managing to keep pace.
Agrotron will just say it as Ear said, "Do you need me to take you under my other arm?"
He doesn't say anything, gasping for breath as the choking dust fills the air. You reach the next junction, rounding the corner. You can see the hole in the wall that marks the cellar you entered through ahead of you. You sprint down. You can hear the crash of stone behind you. Flux, you barely manage to stagger on, turning through the corridors by touch more than sight at this point. Showered with fragments of stone as you run. Agrotron, you and the others burst out into the cellar, turning to see a cloud of dust roaring down the corridor behind you. No sign of Flux. You see stone dropping from the ceiling, reaching the junction, collapsing along the hall towards you. And just as it slams down, collapsing the tunnel at the entrance to the cellar, Flux throws themselves through. Flux, go ahead and roll me another d3. You take another 3 wounds as you are slammed by bigger and bigger chunks of stone dropping from the ceiling around you.
Could I roll determination?
You can. All right. 3 shock, 1 wound.
Sounds good.
Nice.
All right. Back to Nualia.
Okay, I'm assuming they're still, like, holding
They are
me. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, what all can you do while being grappled? Just...
Effectively, your only option is to roll a strength roll to try and break out.
Okay, I thought so. And it has to be a strength. I can't do, like, an athletics.
Unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
I mean, if you wanted to continue walking while they were grappling you, that would be an athletics.
That would be a power move, wouldn't it?
I'm grappling you. You can't go anywhere. Watched me.
Just the servos creaking as I keep moving, dragging 50 civilians behind me.
Like a parent, a toddler hanging onto the ankle.
Yup. 2. I've got no ref.
You heave, throwing 2 of the civilians off you. 3 more are still holding you, but your right arm is free.
You know, I never did this. Hold on. That's okay. But yeah, Nualia, you said the right arm is free?
Yep.
But would it have been my move action to try and break the grapple, or would it have been my attack action?
Move.
Okay. Yeah, Nualia is going to, let's see, the right arm, that is the one with the chain bayonet on it. Yeah, she's going to call out and say, Saint Cardaius, guide my blade! And yeah, she's going to start striking at the civilians trying to hold her down. With that, I had forgotten to roll my random objective. It was invoke an Imperial Saint to bless your achievements.
That is fair. Yeah, you can regain a wrath for that.
Excellent. Let's see. For now, I'm just going to take that result.
All right. You can certainly hit one of them with that. Go ahead and give me
Okay.
damage.
8 damage.
Yeah, how do you want to kill this guy? Grabbing onto your left arm, trying to hold it down.
She just drives the blade through his skull, in and out.
Yeah, with a roar of whirring engines and the sickening crunch of bone breaking, the adamantine teeth of your chain bayonet carve into his skull. He falls back to the ground with a spray of blood erupting from his shattered cranium.
Okay, and then, yeah, that's where she is.
Yeah, Lameward hits one of them. A couple of them, rather.
Excellent.
Yeah, Lameward is able to kill the civilians that are attacking the militiamen.
Very good.
It's just the 2 grabbing hold of you now.
All right.
And the las cannon crew, they're able to hold their own, but they don't make any headway.
Can I ask a dumb bitch question?
Yeah.
The other red groups, those are still hostile,
Yep.
including the red and blue that are in front of our place.
Yes.
Okay.
I thought they were dead, or at least one of them was.
Yeah, so had I.
'Cause I
The
remember-
blue are the militia that have been helping you. The ones that Riven told to guard the door. They're fighting off
Oh.
a group of civilians that attacked them.
Okay.
Alright then. So, group in the cellar. You've just narrowly avoided being crushed.
Flux is gonna groan a bit and look over the group. I think we're gonna have to make a path out of here. I want
Yes.
Ribbon to stay here though.
Indeed.
Fairly watch her.
I think you all
Yeah.
need to stay here. I'm the most unharmed of the lot of you. I'll go first. You stay behind.
Agreed. Packard and I will follow after you.
Look, I
Yeah.
can probably help if you just put me down.
Yeah, he'll set you down and say, "No, you rest. I'll do the fighting."
Fine.
Fairly. Try and get a line of communication out of here. And see if you can help Riven with her wounds.
I'll do what I can. The lieutenant was trying to say something, but it was all garbled down the tunnels.
I'll worry about that. And yeah, I'll get on the comm. Hey boss, can you hear us?
Can I?
You can.
Okay. I can. I am assuming that large hole in the town square is you.
Riven's out of action. I'm leaving her back here with Feely. Feely's hopping on comm to see if there's communication outside. He said you sent something down to us while we were there. Couldn't hear you, though.
It was 2 things earlier. I've ordered the town under quarantine. The Inquisition is on the way. And Flux, I had ordered the detonation of the dead man's trigger.
At this point, I don't believe that's necessary.
Very well, we'll hold off for now. They already know that if anyone comes from Mount's Edge before any word of the situation being resolved, that they are to shoot anyone coming from Mount's Edge. Other than that, it was to get up top. We need reinforcements.
Good thing we're already here. And I'm just gonna motion for Agrotron to, like, burst out or whatever the fuck he's gonna do.
He's already in the process.
All right, Agrotron, you dash up.
Tiny camera shot of Agrotron bursting through a wall into the fight.
Oh, yeah!
Okay.
Agrotron, you dash up the stairs from the cellar into the ground floor of this building. Ahead of you is a ruined wall where a door once stood, leading into a equally ruined front room, the wall of which out onto the main square has been destroyed, crushed to rubble. Out of which hold you can see a group of 4 militiamen fighting off a crowd of civilians that are trying to bring them down.
Yep. I'm gonna help those boys out. Gentlemen, your savior has come! He's just, sprinting with the axe.
All right, go ahead and give me a charge attack.
Heck yeah, dude. Let's go. All right. I imagine I still hit them at least.
You do hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
8. No AP.
All right. Well, you certainly kill one of them, burying your axe in the civilian's chest.
Yeah. Took it like a golf swing course.
Let me just find the complication table.
And, just a quick thing. We are getting up on the break, but if I get a vote, I would like to finish this combat because it's about to be pretty done before we do the break. But that's just my personal
Yeah,
preference.
yeah,
That's
I think we can do that, yeah.
Yeah, Agrotron, as you hack this civilian down, your axe gets lodged in their chest cavity and is wrenched from your grip as they collapse to the ground.
Did he get out of ammo with an axe?
No, he got dropped weapon.
Oh, okay.
Damn it, Grimball! I'll get you in a moment. He's gonna bust out a hand cannon as a simple action, and that's it.
All right.
I would
Is
like to
the
stop
axe still glowing?
firing.
It seems to be surrounded by a faint haze to you, Agrotron, yeah.
That's weird as fuck. But all right. On to the next person.
All right, Flux, Ribbon, what
I
do you
am
want?
following him with my lasgun.
All right.
I don't know really what my options are at this point. So we're still like in the tunnel, or we're kind of just hanging
You're
out?
in the cellar of the blue structure in the square that you blew
Okay.
the wall down of.
Flux has basically told you to sit your happy ass down and have Feely watch you. Whether or not you listen to them is entirely up to you.
Yeah, I guess I'll just spend my time taking a look around, see if there's anything in this cellar that we can maybe use.
There's not a great deal in the cellar itself.
Okay.
It seems to be largely abandoned.
All right. I think I will probably just. I'll just sit this one out for a bit. I'll. Let's see. I'll switch to my last pistol, and just in
In
case
good
we
news,
need to defend something.
in good news, Feely is trying to do a pseudo techie thing by trying to get in contact with the outside. So you could probably help him with that without hurting yourself more.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
True.
Okay.
If you want to try and boost the Vox.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Okay. So that'd be a tech assist or just straight tech?
Straight tech.
Okay. There's an 8.
All right. Yeah, you open up the back panel of the Vox and you start fiddling with circuits, doing what you can to bypass unnecessary functions and feed that extra power into the transceiver. You're pretty sure you did a good job.
Fantastic.
You
That's what I like to hear.
Sure.
And Flux, what are you going to do? As you dash up the stairs, you see the same scene as Agrotrom.
How many people does he have close to him right now?
There's about 4 of them around Agrotrom.
I'm
There's
gonna
7 civilians in total.
I'm gonna try and do a multi-attack for the 2 closest to Agrotrom. Try and give him some room.
All right. You will be at a penalty for firing into combat.
Oh, then I think I might do a single.
Well, it's a mob, so you still hit the same number. It
Oh,
just
fair.
increases the DN. All right. That can hit 2 of them.
Lovely.
Go ahead and roll damage. All right. Yeah, you gun one of them down, but the other takes a few last bolts, but is still standing, looming over Agrotrom, clutching a knife. It is at this point that you all hear a low roaring noise, getting rapidly louder. And with a loud clack and the sudden eruption of massed gunfire, floodlights illuminate in spears from the sky above as 3 large black aircraft descend, turrets on their noses, multi-barreled cannons rotating, spewing out hundreds of shells a second, eviscerate the 2 groups of civilians running down the roads towards the square.
The cavalry's here.
Yep. Emperor save us all.
Is it cavalry if they're flying?
Oh yeah, air cavalry, man. It's a thing. Refers
True.
to helicopters.
Count as.
I mean,
Cavalry
Bretonia would like to have
kill
a
us.
word with me.
I mean, hell, the Griffin Knights of the Empire.
I don't think they'll
Anyways,
fly though.
Yeah,
those-
they do.
Well,
But yeah,
Pegasus.
we will come back to this strange occurrence after our break. So half an hour if anyone needs to get a drink, food, go to the bathroom, etc. Now's your time.
Right. I'll be back.
And
So-
that being said, I will grab myself a drink.
And before I rush off on break, I am going to... I announced this on my Discord, but I'm going to announce it here as well. I have added 3 channel point rewards. One allows people to guide the raid. So basically at the end of each session, they can spend channel points to say, hey, you should raid this person. They're online right now, go raid them.
why the fuck is there a no cursing option? As if any of us are gonna listen to that.
I mean, if they spend the points, I'll attempt it. I do not guarantee results though.
That's kinda...
I mean, it'll make me think for a bit.
I was actually gonna ask, because I noticed you put an addendum on the complimenting one, on the bully complimenting.
Yes.
If they spend it during the Wrath and Glory, can Agrotrom do it?
I had thought about having it to where we would do it like at the intermission, but we don't know how long everybody's gonna be on intermission, like gonna be away getting food and all of that. And
There's a complimenting one? Can I just not see it?
Yeah, I disabled them. I disabled that one and the voice acting for 10 minutes during the Wrath and Glory sessions because I don't want to have to interrupt the session to, like, aggressively compliment somebody.
Good. This is good. I approve.
But yes, in future sessions, people can now spend 5,000 channel points to be aggressively complimented.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab a drink.
I'm gonna be back as well.
So, hello, stream.
I am back.
Welcome back.
I really wanted to sprint in and try and cleave that fucking dome, but I had to be reasonable at some point.
Took you fucking long enough.
Well, if the actual clearly leave me dead, I'm not gonna do it.
I don't know if I agree with that as being your actual limit. Just based on current events.
Well, I have to perceive that I will die with like no other option. Like if there's even the slimmest chance that I roll up and I just annihilate whatever's in front of me, yeah, I'll do it. If there's like literally no physical possible chance, like Corn actually, like if Corn actually appeared after I said all that shit and was like, bro, you want to go? I would be like, oh, fuck this. I'm out.
No, by all means, you do you, fam.
I do me. That's why I left.
Oh, well.
Oof.
But, yeah, this is gonna be fun. I anticipate being murdered now.
Real flash hours. Admittedly, we probably had, well, maybe you slightly more now if it's particularly freaky looking. We have a roughly equal chance of getting murdered. One, because I'm an ab human.
You're sanctioned, though. Like, you're already fine. I have actively taken on corruption and started changing, which is a huge red flag to the Inquisition.
But that should still take time, right?
Haha, you cannot tell them something's wrong.
It depends on the particular Inquisitor, at least in my instance. But yeah, you
Oh.
definitely
Yeah.
have it worse theoretically.
Like, I have legit grown wings in another campaign before, and like, it's not an instant death penalty, it just depends on the Inquisitor.
Alright, stepping away again for a second.
No problem.
Yeah, our first campaign, I was playing a sister battle, and I took on too much corruption, and I grew fucking bat wings overnight. And we were actually doing, and we were working under an Inquisitor. I was like, hey, I got something to tell ya, fam. And I got interrogated with a gun in my face and ended up having to go through some spooky ass surgery
Hashtag
to get them off.
rip in peace, wings.
Yeah, we also got sent on a pseudo-suicide mission.
Oof.
In fairness, I feel like if we got a nicer Inquisitor like last time, I also would not be as bad as the first time, because like the first time I was fucking around with the Chaos book because I was curious and I didn't know the universe that well, but mostly I was curious. And so because I deliberately didn't turn it in, I feel like that was the biggest reason why we got sent on the Suicide Squad mission.
Probably.
Yeah, like I feel like an accidental taken on in the name of the Emperor, there was no other choice kind of thing is going to be a little bit more lenient if we get a lenient Inquisitor in the first place than, say, me forgetting conveniently to mention that I found a heretical book because I was curious what was in it.
Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering myself now that you mentioned Chaos books. Agrotron is going to write Korn's name in his Book of Grudges. Does that make it a Chaos book?
I would say arguably anything that holds a meaningful symbolism of a chaos god, just based off of at least occult principles and chaos magic theory, will make it somewhat relevantly powerful to that god. So I would very much assume that that would cause you problems.
Yeah, figured. It's still gonna happen
Both
because he's
the heretical side and in the you could very much get a fuck ton of corruption from it side.
We'll see how it goes. I
But
didn't
that's just my
swear that up
layman's
for nothing.
perspective.
Yeah.
Well,
And-
theoretically, so Hugh, hear me out on this, because Mason was asking about, like, if he writes Korn's name in the Book of Grudges, does that make it a chaos book? And I would say arguably that would make it at least somewhat powerful in the chaos perspective, because it's a representation that's intrinsically tied to that god, right? But
Yes.
arguably, I think if you could find a shorthand that doesn't mean anything to anyone but you, that wouldn't have the same linkage.
I would agree. There have been many inquisitors who have realized that the names of chaos gods hold inherent power in and of themselves. Even saying them has a physical effect upon you.
So I feel like if you wanted to write it in the Book of Grudges, in theory, you could come up with a representation of the person you want to punch in the face without necessarily writing down their name, and that would mitigate at least some of the effect.
Yeah, to a degree.
To be fair, what Agrotron is, he's gonna write the name. It's equivalent in Kazalid, which I was thinking. I was looking at the lexicon and I couldn't actually find a direct, so I figured I was gonna call him Zan something, because Zan is blood.
Does it
Or Crimson.
still apply if you're writing it out of like despising them?
Yeah, it very much counts. Arguably, it counts more because you're putting a lot of psychic energy into it via emotion.
Ooh,
Yeah.
see.
I think one of the strongest guys in Korn's like bit, like his whole group, is actually someone who absolutely despises him.
Oh yeah,
Especially
Skjorn.
since Korn's thing is like anger and rage. Arguably, you're just feeding into him and basically making a summoning ritual at that
Oh,
point.
that's fair. Huh.
Yeah,
Alright.
his chief bloodthirster, Skjorn, is the oldest bloodthirster and was birthed from the first ever hatred.
Yeah, so basically, Agrochom's gonna summon Korn.
I don't know about that, but
I mean,
I'll
Literally
definitely-
saying that out of hatred, you are going to write his name in your book of grudges,
Look,
which is already a
what-
very psychically powerful object because you already have so much of your energy and time put into it. It also has a fuck ton of cultural significance, especially given the amount of deaths in the dwarf's culture. So, yeah, summoning ritual.
I don't think he will show up himself. That's fucking
No, I
crazy.
just think you're gonna summon a
But-
demon.
I will definitely have an issue sooner or later, but it will it will be within acceptable margins for my desire.
huh.
So
Interesting.
here's the thing: is you're basically signing our squad's death warrant.
Or just my own. Let's see if
Did-
he sticks around.
Okay, but do you want to sign your own death warrant?
Clearly,
It would be really weird if I didn't after what I said.
Huh.
The Inquisition heavily suppresses knowledge of the names of the gods.
Right.
Of chaos.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that before.
I mean, I literally shouted it out in my bit.
Can I like
Yeah.
invalidate your not invalidate your oath, but can I just be like, hey, it's fine.
no.
It wasn't so much based on you
Oh,
as
okay.
it was his own. He's kind of getting.
His own
I guess you
convictions, I
could-
guess.
Yeah, it's his. He was getting tired of all this fucking bullshit, and he'd heard enough to know what's going on, at least a little bit,
Uh-huh.
and it just pissed him off. He's like, "Fuck you, bitch! Come down here."
I would
Uh.
say that dwarves would probably know a bit more about the warp and how it works, just based off of what I know on the lore. And I think it would be reasonable for you to come up with some kind of shorthand that wouldn't summon a fucking demon, but would still have
Yeah.
the implication in the Book of Grudges.
Well, yeah, most demons and gods of chaos have colloquialized names like the Bringer of Death or the Herald of Destruction, whatever.
Which
yeah.
are still going to be powerful, but not as bad.
But not as such as the true name.
Hmm.
I know what I'm gonna call
I
him. Now that I'm
think
looking at the
Aggro
lexicon.
would know how to circumvent that. The question is,
Like,
will
Korn is
he?
known as the Lord of Skulls, the King of Blood, etc.
I'm gonna call him Xanthagi, which would mean something roughly equivalent to Blood Trader.
Fair.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See if there's anything better.
Would you be at all interested in continuing coaching me through Numenera later?
Sure, I'm not doing anything later.
Numenera, the game or the system?
Game. Torment. It's a good game. I'm a fan.
I've heard.
One
I
of my
wouldn't
really
recommend-
close friends loves it. So I I would take her recommendations.
I wouldn't recommend looking into the actual game system though.
I
Oh, really?
already have. It's obtuse as fuck.
Is it really?
It is. It was one of the first games I'd ever played, and it's just.
It
It's
hasn't really
annoying.
been updated since the classic days of like second edition D&D.
Hmm.
Although I think Fantasy Flight might have gotten the rights to it.
Yeah.
God, that is a company that has had so many unfortunately wasted properties.
Yeah.
The very short-lived but extremely beautifully done Kingdom Hearts TCG was very nice.
Fantasy Flight cranks out a vast number of games that aren't really of the best quality.
Mm-hmm.
All I can think of right now is that there's a Kingdom Hearts rhythm game coming out, and I'm actually
Yeah.
kind of interested.
Yeah. No, I mean it's a good property for it for sure.
Yeah.
Wait, also didn't was Fantasy Flight doing Netrunner? I don't remember who ended up with that one.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I mean it's fine. I was just thinking about properties that probably deserve more time than they got.
Yeah, I remember hearing about Netrunner, but like,
Such a good game. It
yeah,
unfortunately Yeah, it was owned by Wizards of the Coast at one point. And I mean, like, it's technically still continuing, just
Hey, Hugh.
player run.
mm-hmm.
Can I run an idea by you?
Sure.
Because we were talking about that Ocean's 11. Actually, I'm gonna DM you about that actually.
All
Because
right.
I want to keep that a bit of a surprise for people that might be involved.
I got a quick polling question for you. What sounds better to you, Zantagi or Zandrak?
Zundrak.
Zandrak.
For
Okay.
sure.
You'll be. That roughly equates to Blood Dragon,
Ooh, I like that.
which
Very nice.
it makes me cringe a little because I'm like, fuck, I'm just stealing a name from goddamn motherfucking fantasy. Because there is a guy called the Blood Dragon there. But on the other end, it's just whatever.
Look, there's at least 40,000 years time difference, so
That or it's happening right now, and the Emperor is actually Sigmar. But fan theories.
when in doubt, why not? You know, I have no idea. That's a very interesting fan theory, though.
Yeah. I personally find it to be fucking hilarious if it's true. Like, Game Workshop comes out, it's like, yep, that's what's happening. Get dabbed on kids.
I mean, it is true that Fantasy and 40K used to be connected, and I think it was generally, at around that time, it was generally accepted that Sigmar was just the Emperor.
Yeah. It's been
Well, that
separate.
was always a fan theory. It was never confirmed by GW.
Mm.
I think the prevailing theory now is that Sigmar is a Primarch and not the Emperor himself.
I don't think he would be a Primarch just because it would have been many, many millennia way too early for that. Maybe like an early iteration of a Thunder Warrior, but then again, at the same time, I feel like Sigmar's super armored dudes would essentially just be that.
Yeah. He's also just a little too magical. He's very kind of beyond normal psyker stuff too. So,
Yeah.
either way, it'd be cool to see that happen. Be like,
Agreed.
nice. And I'd also just slightly be there, be like, Space Skaven, let's go, let's go. Can I play a Space Skaven if we do a pirate campaign after this?
Maybe. Who knows?
Just
Sick.
want to meet more Xenos or any Xenos really.
I have considered 3 different characters if we do... Or actually, I've considered 4 different characters if we do the Rogue Trader one, though I think somebody else asked if they could be the Rogue Trader. But,
I mean, I kind of did. It would be Rogue Trader-ish.
Yeah, I've thought of basically bringing back one of 3 characters that have shown up in Hugh's Tuesday game. I had a Kroot that showed up for just a couple of sessions, really, when the group was, pretty much after the original incarnation of Nualia died. I played as a Kroot for a couple of sessions as that campaign wrapped up and faced their final boss. I played as Grubba the Orc Psyker,
I love
but
Grubba. It would be great if she came back.
it would be great. We would have to be tier 3 though, because like
I
you
mean,
just
I'm just advocating we do tier 3 anyways if we're doing Rogue Trader stuff.
that's fair. But yeah, it's just with psychers, especially the orc psycher, like if you're not able to spend your points on psyker talents and psyker powers and things like that, like you're just gearing your character for everything that's not a psyker at that point, and it's just wasting your time.
Like I said, my character's
But
Rogue
yeah.
Trader-ish because they're psyker with mental powers and the backing of a Rogue Trader. So
Okay.
it plays kind of Rogue Tradery with the talking, but
And then the final idea that I had was a Tau sergeant. What they call the Shazui.
That would be cool.
It was specifically a Tau that was one of the that was part of one of the surviving colony ships from the cursed 4th expansion. Because pretty much the Tau had their 4th grade expansion. They'd gotten brand new shiny engines to make jumps, and the maledictum hit them as they were making their jump. And yeah, the survivors got saved by Zinch, who threw them elsewhere into the galaxy.
Nice.
They are pretty much considered cursed, and the rest of the Tau Empire really doesn't like them. As well, pretty much all of their auxiliaries have been labeled the Tau equivalent of heretics and have been either completely sterilized or just all killed off because they were
The fourth
blamed.
expansion of the Sphere Fleet killed all of their human auxiliaries after the Psychic Awakening.
Mm-hmm.
And they won't tell anyone why.
There is a theory that a new god might have been born that was born off of the auxiliaries. But at the same time, that is thought because of the many-limbed being that the fleet saw that rescued them, and I don't know if it's been confirmed that was Zinch, but it seems the most likely. But yeah, the sergeant that I had was a sergeant that they call them Shazui, and she was going to be leading either like depending on who was what. It was a number of NPC fire warriors that were just like the Tau equivalent of privates. And yeah, I was going to have my character be more about it's just one of those things that's my obsession with the Warlord class from 4th edition. Just like, I really want to have NPCs that fight with me, but I also want to be able to like be all about buffing them and making their attacks better and having like volley fire and things like that.
Getting your hands dirty.
I don't. But I had at first thought of doing the Fire Blade because that's what they do. Like, they take shots and then send the targeting data to all of the other fire warriors that are around them so that they can, better aim their shots. And, but I learned that the Fire Blades do not have any possibility of becoming a Tau commander. And I kind of wanted... Yeah, I kind of wanted the goal, quote unquote, for my character. Like the personal character goal was like she wants to be a commander. She is vying to be a commander.
I'm just out here wanting like to get Claw in the future, or an orc who thinks he's in Top Gun. His name is Jeddah.
That is the end of our break. Flux and Riven. Flux, you should have gotten 2 corruption and Riven 3. I just checked the corruption rules. If you fail a corruption test, you gain corruption points equal to the difference between the number of icons you rolled and the DN of the test. So, Flux 2, Riven 3.
Tarnished and fucked. Not in that order.
Alright then. So, we return as a trio of jet black aircraft descend into the square, unleashing torrents of gunfire at the civilians. Let me just grab an image of what they look like. Gabriel, fuck off if you're going to be annoying.
But he wants you.
No, he doesn't. He wants my sandwich.
Wonderful.
As any true cat.
Yeah. Alright.
He's going to
But
eat you
Edge-
when you die.
I mean, isn't that why we have cats though? Just for that nice reminder.
Just specifically for that.
Yeah. I mean, it's you don't want them going hungry.
Cats are there to remind us that there are beings out there in the world that don't actually give a shit about us. They just enjoy the praise we lump upon them.
Yeah. I mean, but like, it's from a practical perspective. I can't say I blame them.
But yeah, a trio of these aircraft descend into the square, their nose turrets unleashing torrents of death down the roads leading into the square. These side doors descend, and black carapace armored troopers carrying bolt guns descend on ropes to the ground. They spread out and quickly gun down the remaining civilians in a gory spectacle of violence. Several of them dash over to you, Nawalia, and beat the civilians attacking you down with the butts of their rifles.
Okay, yeah, she will assist in that. Just basically cutting at any civilians that continue resisting.
Yeah, the engines of the aircraft die down. And from the back of the closest one, a tall figure wearing bulky power armor steps from the back of the craft. Clearly human, but their armor is quite imposing. It is a deep blood red that shimmers in the light like it's been lacquered and polished to a sheen.
I hate them already.
It fully encases his body and is edged in gold filigree, and various skulls are artfully engraved on the plating. His head is bare, and it is clean shaven, smooth, and bald. Damn it.
Hugh, stop smoking. No more cigarettes for you.
I just had phlegm in my throat.
No more cigs.
But yeah, bald head glinting in the light from the various street lamps. His face is cold and hard and looks older than you would have expected, deeply wrinkled. But in his left hand, he carries a hammer with a long haft, the head of which appears to be made of marble, inlaid with glowing blue circuitry. Lightning crackles around its head. And as he steps out, behind him, you are all shocked to witness, perhaps for the first time for many of you, one of the Emperor's angels, an Adeptus Astartes, clad in pale blue armor, the shoulder pads almost parchment-like off-white. The sigil on his left shoulder plate is an eye with a blade piercing it. He scans the area through his featureless helmet, but his bolt gun is not raised, and he seems relatively at ease, standing silently behind the Inquisitor. He looks directly at you, Nualia.
Nualia just, How far away am I from him?
About 10 meters.
Okay, not super far. Yeah, she's just going to drop immediately to one knee and just say, "My lord, we are at your service."
He stomps over to you, and the Marine follows behind. And it takes you a second to realize, but you can barely hear the Marine's footsteps. The Inquisitor clumps along with a heavy gait.
I already hate
And
these
as he
guys.
reaches you, Nualia, he drops the hammer with a thud to the ground, the energy field around it dissipating as it hits the stonework and stands upright. Rise, sister. We have much to discuss.
Yep, and she will do so and give a salute and pretty much just make way for him.
At the top of the stairs to the town hall, he turns to the rest of you as you emerge from the ruined building. Your squad as well.
Yes, sir. I believe there are still one or two that might be down below. I shall radio them to come up. And, yeah, she'll get on there. Because, yeah, I believe Riven and Feely were still downstairs. Yeah?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nualia will vox down to Riven and Feely. Riven, Feely, the situation is more or less under control. We are all needed upstairs. Inquisitor's orders.
Understood,
Wow.
ma'am.
Yeah, I heard Trump just kind of like is starting to come on over because he sees the Inquisitor in the space and he's like, "Oh fuck, that's definitely way higher than any command I can talk to normally."
Do
And
I
he goes over.
recognize? Sorry, go ahead.
And say he goes over. He's not sure how he wants to like address them and say hi, but at the same time he's like, I might get shot. He's like definitely he's interested yet perturbed.
I think my immediate response to Inquisitor is going to be just to turn to Feely and go, shit.
Yeah, not a bad response.
Yeah, Feely has visibly gone pale as he turns his gaze to you, Riven.
Mm-hmm. Just what I needed today.
We could be congratulated. We could be shot for being exposed to chaos, or both.
Yeah, I'm gonna stow away my stuff, making sure that everything's packed away and not looking like I'm gonna grab it.
Yeah, same.
And
Nualia. Yeah.
I will follow.
Oh, can I say I got my axe?
Yeah, you can have grabbed it as you went past.
Okay.
Oh, can I make a scholar roll to see if I have any idea what chapter this Space Marine is from?
Sure.
Okay. 4.
The device isn't familiar to you. You don't recognize the symbol. But you do remember records of blue-clad Astartes who traveled alone throughout this subsector of the galaxy, heading to planets and communities that requested aid, though you don't remember their name.
Might I be able to guess that that they might also be like an Ultramarines offshoot?
You don't know much about their origins, but you do know that blue armor doesn't necessarily denote Ultramarines' heritage.
That's fair. Yeah, I remember there was the Volca Fenrica, there was the Ultramarines, there was one other legion that was blue as well. I don't.
Yeah.
It was Horus's.
Horus's were more turquoise or teal, but
Oh,
yeah.
fair. Then there
Um,
was another one I was thinking of, but I don't remember. Anyway.
But yeah, this Astartes armor is a sky blue color.
Okay.
What was the symbol one more time?
An eye pierced by a sword.
Okay.
At least I know how they're gonna kill us.
But yeah, this Marine's armor is very unadorned. It's almost factory clean, well maintained.
Yep.
But yeah, as you all assemble, the Inquisitor watching you all with a cold but silent glare until you all arrive. You pass through the doors into the town hall, and he steps in.
I'm very specifically trying to keep my distance from the rest of the squad.
Two of the black-clad troopers close the doors behind you as the Astartes and Inquisitor follow in, and you hear a rapid succession of bolt gun shells going off.
Oof.
Yep.
The Inquisitor paces to the center of the hall before turning to face you all. The Astartes stands by the door, watching. And as the Inquisitor regards you all, he gives a small nod. Very well. Start from the beginning.
Very well. Specifically for this particular situation, it started back at the town of Catcholm. There is a fortress on the highway near Catcholm, and we raided it under orders. In there we found maps and troop movements confirming many different things, but also we had seen a symbol drawn on the map over Mount's Edge. I recognized the symbol. I was taught it as part of our order to recognize heresy so that we could fight it when we saw it. I immediately thought that something horrifying was happening here. I was advised to hold and interrogate the prisoner that we had had, as well as interpret the other information that we had gathered from the fort. The prisoner that we had taken from the fort itself gave us much useful information in helping to identify another source of heresy, as yet another heretical symbol was discovered. This one I gave to our commander so that they could identify what the prisoner called the inner circle. Seems more trusted, covert agents of the rebellion had this symbol tattooed somewhere on their person. We had heard that shipments had been leaving the fort and going to Mount's Edge, and so we came here. Originally, I had advised the commander to send soldiers here to evacuate the town, but that was before the information that I had gleaned. So we left, and to be entirely forthright and honest with you, Inquisitor, I disobeyed direct orders, as we were ordered to return back to base and not proceed to Mount's Edge. I disobeyed as we were the only ones who could correctly identify the heretics in our midst. As well, I knew the type of heresy that was being committed, and I could not stand by and allow that, not as a sister of battle. We proceeded here with all haste. When we got here, the town was not yet transformed. The vicar met with us, but a civilian advised my subordinate, Flux, there, that a squad of troops had come in, and most had disappeared, with one being seen fleeing into the night. I had Flux investigate while I myself went and talked to the vicar. During the conversation with the vicar, many suspicious things were said by the vicar that made me suspect him of being the traitor in our midst. I had him show me his arms, which he did readily, and then I noticed him acting strangely and scratching at the back of his neck, so I ordered him to show me his chest and neck, at which point he revealed his true colors. He revealed that our Taurox, as well as the path leading up the cliff face up to the fort, were rigged with explosives, and that if he let go of his dead man's trigger, it would cause all of it to detonate and be lost. It was very shortly after that the psychic emanations began from what I assume is now the collapsed hole in the town square. From that point, the situation devolved as the town went berserk and began killing each other. It seems as though some of the militia were not aware of what was happening, or at the very least did not wish to die, and fought, but I do not have any idea of the extent of who was and was not a traitor. My squad saw individuals going into the now ruined building where our Taurox is parked in front of, and discovered the tunnels leading underground. From there, I do not know what happened, as myself and one other stayed up here to try and keep the enemy occupied and try to recover what we could. My subordinates can fill you in on what happened downstairs.
Flux.
He turns wordlessly to look at the rest of you from Nualia.
Flux will step forward. We entered a area underneath the house that had been hewn out from the basement. There were tunnels leading throughout the city underneath. There was chanting, and we followed it. Several guards in front of a large stone door that we were able to dispatch before entering. And inside it was horrible. The people that had come here previously from our same squad, some were dead, some weren't, some were... One was on an altar, and they were killing them. Some of us went mad. I don't feel all quite there myself still. But we strapped explosives to the supporting structures of the cavern and brought it down. There was some kind of energy around the altar we couldn't get through. We were just counting on the explosion to stop it. And then we ran.
The Inquisitor strides up to you, Flux, in 3 quick steps, looming over you. You will be put to the question, as will the rest of you. He turns to you, Nualia. I shall determine the truth of this matter. And then he turns back to Flux. But first, you will come with me, and we shall talk.
Flux is gonna give a silent nod.
Caratus, keep an
Yes.
eye on the others. The Astartes behind you all gives a small curt nod.
Noalia will make the sign of the Aquila and be watching as they leave the room.
Yeah, the Inquisitor leads Flux to one of the doors to one of the side rooms and closes it behind the two of you. A few seconds later, the Astartes speaks, his voice low and gravelly. You did well to survive such predations.
A compliment from one such as yourself is very honored, Sir Space Marine.
It is the highest honor indeed, to be honored by one of the Emperor's angels. But it is through the Emperor's light that we made it through it all.
The Inquisitor's questions will not be pleasant. But should your souls hold true, you shall be restored.
Of course. Aerodrum is going to break out his book and quickly write down what he's been thinking about before he forgets. Close it and put it back. Before just asking real quick. I do not know if this is rude, but would it be a faux pas to ask you your chapter?
I am Brother Caratus of the Legio Ocula.
I see. Thank you. I somehow lost his name. What's his name one more time?
Caratus.
Caratus. Thank you, Lord Caratus.
He gives you a small nod, but doesn't reply. He keeps a close eye on you all through his helmet, but doesn't make further motion to speak. Flux, as the door closes behind the Inquisitor, he does not wait for a response, instead striding up to you in a swift motion and placing a gauntleted hand against the side of your head. Go ahead and give me a willpower roll.
Will do.
Spooky.
Good luck.
This guy so much.
All right. Flux, you feel your body freeze, your muscles grow taut, binding you in place. And you hear the Inquisitor's voice in your mind. And you feel compelled to speak truthfully. Every time you attempt to formulate a lie, a searing dagger of pain lances through your mind. Do you hold to the Emperor's light?
I do.
Do you seek redemption in his sight?
Yes.
You will tell me precisely what you saw at the site of the ritual.
I don't have details actually memorized of what the fuck happened. I was a little too busy trying to figure out how to, like, make it explode.
Well, tell him what you do remember.
Fair enough. Wasn't sure how specific you were gonna want me to get on this, so.
No, it's as much as you remember, so however much you remember.
High key, I only remember what I fucking said earlier. I have a shit memory. It's why I write stuff down in my other campaign for names and stuff.
You saw a large chamber, a dome of energy protecting it, the sacrificial altar and sacrifices being made, and you also saw a tear of
Right, reality tear
strange
might be
ceiling.
useful to know.
You also saw a group of six or so individuals kneeling around the altar and chanting.
Fair. I didn't remember how many. A group kneeling around an altar. Our squad mates either waiting for death or dead beside it. Some kind of shield around the area. A hole, rip in reality that it was coming out of? I don't know.
What effect did the ritual have?
Anger. Made everyone angry. It overtook several of us at different times. Some of us attacked each other. I was one of the first. Killed a civilian.
He releases his hand from the side of your head, gives you a quizzical look. Different times. How did this manifest?
It seemed to emanate in waves, corresponding with the killing of our squad mates.
I see. Await me here. Should you leave, my men are ordered to kill on sight.
Flux is going to give a bow and also offer up their kit, at least what they can reasonably give in terms of disarming themselves.
He gives you a grin that holds no mirth in it. I do not need you disarmed to have you killed.
I'm aware.
He turns on his
Just
heel.
not sure I trust myself.
He gives you a searching look, narrowing his eyes a little. Very well. And he takes your weapons and strides from the room. The rest of you see the door swing open and the Inquisitor exit, closing it behind him.
Noelia definitely looks very worried.
He is
As does
carrying...
Revan, for sure.
He walks over to you, placing the weapons on the floor, and turns to you, Nualia. I shall speak to you in private. The rest of your people will be put to the question when I have time. For now, Caritas, take them to a chamber to await my inspection. Sister, accompany me.
At once, my lord.
Caritas nods and points to one of the doors at the side of the room.
You heard the Inquisitor. Through you go.
Agiltron will follow accordingly.
Yeah, Lanewold, Packard, and Feely follow you, Agrotrom. I assume you go with them as well, Ribbon.
Yeah. No need to cause any trouble with all this.
Yeah.
Astartes tells you to go somewhere, you fucking go.
Yeah. He's big and he's concerning. Not much I can do about that.
I feel like he could kill us with his pinky.
He likely could.
Yeah.
He towers a good 2 or 3 feet over you, Riven.
Great.
Think about it for freaking Agiltron.
I'm just for the sake of curiosity, I don't intend to actually do anything. How much, like...
We could not hurt him.
No,
We
no, no, no,
literally
no.
couldn't hurt him.
No, and I wasn't intending to. I'm just trying to figure out how much, like, low-level rudeness would they tolerate before just shooting me on sight?
Not much.
I figured.
Not
Alright. Okay.
depending.
It's really like
It depends on the Astartes in question. The Salamanders are pretty chill, but you don't know anything about this chapter.
Yeah, okay.
As well, just like the whole circumstance of we are currently being held under suspicion of being heretics. Like,
Yeah, that's fine. I
Yeah,
wasn't
because
planning on
just
doing anything. This was
heresy
just
by
curiosity.
association is a thing, even if you're the person trying to stop the heresy.
Yeah.
mhm.
I'm not gonna put it on this guy though.
All right,
This guy's just doing his job.
Sure.
Noalia. The Inquisitor leads you to another room, the door closing behind you.
She'll take off her helmet on the way there.
I will put you to the question first.
Of course.
He steps towards you, placing a hand against you, a gauntleted hand against the side of your head. Go ahead and give me a willpower roll.
No, she accepts it.
All right. As you relinquish your mental defenses to this intrusion, it is far less painful than it could have otherwise been, but it is still uncomfortable to feel this presence force itself into your mind, and the compulsion to speak truthfully overwhelms you. Do you hold the Lord Emperor dear above all?
Forever and always.
Do you vow to root out corruption wherever it stands?
Wherever it may stand, I will be there with my sword to cut it down.
Should you fall to corruption, would you end your own existence?
In a heartbeat.
He gives you a almost respecting small nod and takes his hand away from the side of your head. Your trooper has been tainted by what they have seen. The machinations of chaos are insidious and dire. Their soul may yet be saved, but it is no simple task.
Whatever needs be done to ensure that it is done. I will see to it personally if I must.
I am speaking to you now out of respect for your actions in ceasing this heresy. Know that under other circumstances, you would all be dead, as the militia outside.
I fully expected to die when I sent that broadcast. I accepted that before, but At the very least, I appreciate this honor.
Were it up to Caritas, perhaps you would. But I see value where it is displayed. Though you should know your commanding officer has been badgering my comms officer for the last 7 hours about your disappearance.
I am somewhat surprised by that. I'm not surprised that he is badgering someone about it. I'm just surprised that he would be badgering the Inquisition about it.
He alerted us as soon as you transmitted the signal data from it you had recovered from the fortress. I have been in command of the Mount's Edge situation from the get-go. However, you did put a stop to what could potentially have been a calamitous ritual that cannot go unnoticed. But I assure you, sister, a long and painful road of redemption awaits you all.
I am sure, and we will remain hard in the Emperor's light and see to this path.
He gives you almost the faintest flicker of a smile, twitching at the corner of his mouth for a second. Very well. With that in mind, you are all relieved of duty until otherwise stated. You will be remanded to my own personal encampment while my men deal with Mount's Edge.
Of course. And, Inquisitor, there was one last thing that I apologize that in my haste I had forgotten. The comms officer that I relieved of his duty at the top of this building's tower, he was in communication as expected, with someone on the outside, and they were asking for confirmation of an operation being successful.
No doubt they felt their ritual would be unstoppable once started. It was only the quick action of your benighted trooper that put a stop to that.
Then hopefully this does count as a loss for them. But
We shall find out.
at the very least, hopefully Saint's Watch is protected.
At the very least, you have secured the vital supply line to the fortress.
Then above all else, that is what I came to do. I am glad that we were able to put a stop to this heresy. And of course, we will await your order and your judgment.
Then there is not a moment to waste. Come. He gestures for you to follow and strides out of the door, yelling, Caritas, we are leaving. The Starties watching over Riven, Agrotrom, and the rest of the squad nods. Board our vessel, we are leaving. The Inquisitor kicks the door open to your room, Flux. Come, trooper, we are leaving.
All right.
Lux will nod and follow. I think it worth noting there are still explosives planted on the route up. We were able to handle the dead man's trigger, but they should probably be taken care of.
My men will deal with any remaining issues here.
Yeah, Flux is already following while saying that. Like, I'm just going where I'm fucking told. The fact I ain't been shot yet is a fucking miracle.
Yeah.
I
All
should be
right.
dead. I'm just making myself useful until I am dead.
You all get bundled into the back of a Corvus Black Star as its engines whir into life and carry you away from Mount's Edge and the horrors you witnessed there. Time passes. It is not the most pleasant of stays. You are deposited at an encampment on the top of a vast plateau. You can see in the distance the towering spires of St. Cardaius' rest, but it is difficult to make out any other landmarks in the empty expanse of rock. The camp itself is sparse, but heavily guarded. The same troopers in black carapace carrying bolt weapons, high fences topped with razor wire and electrified. You are each taken to an individual chamber within a rockcrete bunker set into the bedrock of the floor. And you spend a good 3 days in a small, empty cell, divested of your armor and weapons, dressed in vestments provided to you by the Inquisition.
Oh, Ecclestrom has no smokes. He's gonna be so wired.
Conversely, being in an empty room is going to make Riven incredibly twitchy for days. Ugh.
For 3 days, your only interaction is a 20-minute break where you are escorted outside into the open air to get some exercise as a group and then return to your cells. And every 8 or so hours, a trooper delivers some food to you.
Can I ask his name? Will he answer? Or will they answer? I don't know who they are.
Yeah, he. What do you say to him as your door opens and he brings in a tray of food?
You just like look at him and say, excuse me. Can I get your name, sir?
He turns to you, his face all but invisible behind the heavy carapace helmet.
Trooper Serial 4425.
I see. I'll try to keep that in mind. I want to write a book about this experience after it is done. And you will be noted within, if your likeness is legally viable to be put in it.
He gives you kind of a snort of derision before turning and leaving the room without another word.
Inquisitorial troops ain't got names, they got designations.
When he closes the door, Ecclestrom will laugh and say, I knew I could get something out of them.
Am I on the same schedule as the rest of the squad?
No, Flux, you are being kept in isolation. You do not get time outside.
Lit. Expected.
For 3 days, this is your routine. On the 4th day, Agrotrom, 2 troopers come to your door. It swings open. Come with us.
All right. I will come. He'll go.
Yeah. You are escorted down underground passageways that extend deeper than you expected for the small camp above ground, to a dank, dark chamber lit by a single lamp standing over a seat with manacles attached. There are 3 people in the room: the Inquisitor in full power armor, the Astartes, Caritas, and a bald, wizened old woman you don't recognize, wearing green robes and leaning heavily on a staff that bears the symbol of a stylized eyeball.
Aw. The council will judge my fate. Anyway, he comes in and waits to be addressed.
As you step in, the two troopers grab you under the arm and steer you towards the chair, seating you in it.
He does not complain about the rudeness of that act, but yeah, he'll comply.
Yeah, the cold of metal manacles clacks around your wrists and ankles, and they wrap a metal bar across your neck, holding your head in place. The Inquisitor gives you a small nod. We appreciate your cooperation. It will make this whole experience less painful.
It is to be expected from those such as I. Those who cannot be compliant are hardly fit to be sanctioned.
He gives you a small nod. Give me a persuasion roll, Agrotron.
No problem.
Show off that high fellowship there, buddy.
That one dice.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I got a success.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not sure what the look he gives you necessarily means, but it seems less cold than it was before. And he gives a nod to the wizened old woman who hobbles up to you. And as she meets your gaze, you notice her eyes are milky white, but she still looks directly into your eyes and seems to look through you as she reaches up a gnarled, leathery hand towards your face. And as the tip of her index finger touches your forehead, strangely cool to the touch, you feel pain lance through your skull. And you feel all of your memories being dredged to the surface, sifted through. A scouring light burns through your mind. It is a excruciatingly painful and exhausting experience that seems to drag on for hours. But just as suddenly as it begins, it stops as she lifts her finger away.
Ah. He kind of like breathes out, but he makes no words at the happening.
She glances at the Inquisitor, and he nods. The two men unshackle you, releasing you from the chair. See that this trooper is given some food and rest. And the two men nod and escort you from the room, Agrotrom, taking you through the passageways underground, up some stairs, out into the open, and then into a tent where a couple of other troopers can be seen eating. They get you some food and sit you down, and then disappear back underground.
That was something. He kind of regrets not getting the woman's name, but another time.
Riven, your door opens.
Yep.
Two troopers stand outside. On your feet, come with us.
Riven sighs and gets to her feet.
They frog march you down the hall, down various small rockcrete passageways underground, to the same dark, dank chamber lit by a single lamp above a chair. You see the Inquisitor, the old woman, and the Space Marine as the two troops grab you by the upper arms and steer you over to the chair, sitting you down and strapping you in.
Mm-hmm.
Please try not to resist. It makes everything far less painful.
Riven doesn't say anything.
He nods to the old woman and she steps up to you, staring into your eyes as she raises a hand to your forehead. And you too feel the searing pain as every thought, every memory is rifled through with an intensity you've never experienced before. Even the previous psyker that scoured your mind during the Brock incident was not as powerful or overwhelming as this force is.
Mm-hmm.
And again, as the seconds drag on, feeling like eternities, as this pain explodes through your mind, it ends as quickly as it began. The old woman glancing to the Inquisitor, and he nods. And you are escorted away, Riven. One by one, you all go through this. Lanewald, Feely, and Packard as well. Until Flux is the last one left. Flux, your door is opened by 5 troopers. And they don't wait to wait for you to get to your feet. They storm in, 2 of them lifting you to your feet. And they half carry, half drag you out of the room. Down these corridors, shackling you into the chair. And the Inquisitor turns to you and kneels in front of the chair, bringing his head down to your eye level. You have witnessed a darkness few recover from. All I can do is try to excise the taint that clings to your soul.
Whatever the Emperor wills.
He gives you a nod. It is that resolve that you will need here. And he turns to the old woman and nods as he stands. And he steps to your side, reaching out a hand to gently touch the side of your head with a gauntleted fingertip, as the old woman reaches up to press hers against your forehead. Give me a conviction roll.
This ain't gonna go well for me.
Oh, nice.
That went better than expected.
Nice.
All right.
Do you want to try to pump that up just a little bit with the glory, or?
I don't think I'm allowed to use the same glory I generated for the roll.
Unfortunately not.
Oh, that's fair.
Flux. You feel first the sharp pain of an intrusion into your mind, like the psyker dealing with Brock did. But then it multiplies exponentially, the pain getting ever sharper and more intense until your entire focus is consumed by nothing but pain.
I have a headache, so I'm not gonna scream, but imagine me screaming.
A pain that you can't equate to anything else. Like every nerve is aflame, but it doesn't die or shrivel away. It just continues to burn. As you feel 2 towering psychic powers wrenching your soul apart. One gripping the tainted and twisted remnants of who you were and removing it from what you could potentially be. Flux, go ahead and mark a permanent -1 to your shock. And you can remove 3 points of corruption.
I'm just gonna put that in the notes on my bio and info. And I can get rid of how much corruption?
3.
Sounds good.
If that brings you below the mutation threshold level, I will say you do not experience the effects of the mutation, as this partial exorcism removes the taint of chaos from your soul.
And that means I just got rid of from this experience, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Flux, you feel this explosion of pain overwhelm you, and your consciousness drops into darkness. The rest of you, sitting above, getting some food in the canteen. One by one, you are each led to the table that Angreltrom is sitting at, until all of you but Flux are present. And after a while, the Inquisitor arrives and steps over to you all.
Nualia, just pretty much any time she's ever seen the Inquisitor has led with going down to one knee. So this time is no different. As soon as she sees him, she's out of her seat and on one knee.
He gives you a brief wave of his hand. No need for that at this point. Your companion survived the process. They will be returned to you when they are in better health.
That is good news.
Riven visibly relaxes.
You all passed the trial successfully. The taint of chaos may corrupt, but it is our conviction in the face of such treasonous temptation that marks the Emperor's will. I have spoken with your commanding officer, and with his superiors. Your misdemeanor will be overlooked this time. Should further events such as this come to your attention, I will give you my direct Vox frequency. Inform me immediately before you decide to charge in alone again.
Understood, Lord Inquisitor. It shall be done.
Very well. Take this opportunity to rest. You may have full use of our secondary barracks, though I request you remain within the walls of the encampment for now.
Of course. We shall not leave the walls. And Lord Inquisitor, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your work with Flux and for your mercy.
One who can resist the pull and lure of chaos and still do great damage to it in the heat of a violent and chaotic spectacle deserves at least one extra chance.
She will give a bow to that.
Trump just kind of nods.
Very well. I am sure you have much to think about and to discuss. The secondary barracks are yours entirely. My men are billeted elsewhere.
And, yeah. She will, wish him well and pretty much go back about her business. Probably just what she's been doing, leading prayer and training, probably, like exercising and keeping in shape, as well as just training her mind, going over scriptures and litanies and whatever needs to be done to keep her faith strong and to keep her knowledge of the enemy up to date.
All right.
Was the Inquisitor and Cardaius were there? Right, Cardaius were there?
Nope. Just the Inquisitor.
Oh, okay. So then I'll still ask him this. It's just a little weirder. Lord Inquisitor, I know it is not in. It's not my place to make requests, but if you are willing, and so is Lord Cardaius, I would seek to train with him for the short time that we are here.
Well, you are welcome to ask him, though I fear he will decline. You can usually find him in the chapel, behind the barracks.
I see. I take it he will be deep in prayer. Presumably.
Prayer, meditation, he spends a lot of his time in there. I seek not to pry.
He'll nod. Thank you for the information.
We may not be one of the Emperor's angels, Agro, but I'm sure if Cardaius says no, then myself and Lanewald would be more than happy to train with you.
That would be nice. I would seek. It's not often that an opportunity like this presents itself at all.
Of course.
Even if I cannot hone my ability to fight with him, perhaps the other arts he practices could be passed on.
Perhaps the Space Marine discipline will rub off on you. And she just like gives him a somewhat awkward punch on the shoulder.
Yeah, he'll catch you. Say, they'll have to give me Fenrizi and alcohol first, and then I will do that. Yeah, you'll like hang out, finish whatever he's eating, and then you'll actually go over to that chapel, if you want to do that now, or if you want to do that like out of session.
No, you all have some downtime right now.
Are there I want to go like spend time with Flux while they're recovering, if that's possible.
Yeah, you find Flux in the barracks you have been assigned, asleep on one of the beds. You also find all of your gear has been brought in here and placed on each of the beds.
Axe still glowing, or having a haze.
Are the rest of us able to see this? The axe glowing?
You don't see anything different about Angrothrum's axe.
Okay.
Agrotrum, you do still see the faint haze around it.
That's spooking the shit out of me. But we'll see how that goes another time. And yeah, he's gonna go to that chapel after he gets all this stuff together.
Riven, go ahead and give me a, let's say, Medicaid roll.
Okay. That's a 5.
Yeah, Flux is deeply asleep. They look haggard, drawn, tired, as though they hadn't eaten in weeks. Very gaunt. Their breathing is shallow but regular.
right. I will. Hmm. I suppose I'll go get them some food and then come back for whenever
Alright.
they wake up.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. Alright, Agrotrom. You make your way to the small chapel behind the barracks, and it's a small stone structure, about 3 meters wide, and maybe 6 meters long. It's a very small structure. Single door and a large stained glass window in the far end. And inside is a small shrine to the emperor with a couple of cushions on the floor about it. And you can see a massively muscular, 7-foot tall figure knelt on one of the cushions. Oh no, he's now on the bare floor. His body almost bare, except for a loincloth. You can see metallic sockets dotted about his skin, and his head is clean shaven, smooth. He has his back to you.
Agrotron briefly thinks, so that's how they wear the armor. And what he'll do, he'll go up like to a adjacent
Pew.
what cushion. I don't know why I lost that word. And he'll kind of kneel, like kind of mimic the positioning he does, and kind of do his own thing. He isn't gonna pray so much as he's going to internally address the emperor as he would an ancestor. Just kind of do this for a while.
Yeah. After a few minutes of quiet prayer, Caritas, without looking at you, says, "Do you seek something in particular?"
Mm. Well, I did seek to ask if perhaps you would do me the honor of training with me, helping me hone my skills in battle, or barring that, uh, discipline, or what's the word you would use? Mindfulness? Because I think your those of your status bear.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll, Agrotrom.
Fuck.
The one fucking time.
Dude, we got 20 minutes. Feel free to use the glory.
Thanks, y'all. I got one, but that's fucking hard as shit.
Yeah. And that's with the glory, right?
Yeah, I already put it on there. I only have one
Yeah.
thing.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Caritas opens one eye a little and turns it towards you before opening both and pushing himself to his feet. "I cannot train you in the ways of my brotherhood, but perhaps a display is worthy of some experience. Come." And he turns, walking out of the chapel, ducking under the doorway as he steps out. And in a massive booming voice that echoes throughout the camp, he shouts, "Come, witness the mastery of an Adeptus Astartes."
Yep, that's got Noalia's attention.
Yep.
She just like kind of elbows Laneward. Let's go, come on.
Noalia's got a thing for this.
She ain't gonna miss one of the Emperor's angels in battle or in training.
I wonder why.
Agotron will follow, and you'll kind of think to yourself, this is kind of familiar. His own brotherhood wouldn't teach outsiders either. She's like, noted.
Flux, you are woken by this shout. You feel drained, exhausted. You are on 0 shock, but you are awake. Riven is sitting beside you with some food on a tray.
Yeah, I'm just going to groan and roll over. Just totally not even saying words right now.
So you've had a bit of a time of it, huh?
You have no idea.
No, I don't.
Lanewold, looking a bit drawn and tired herself, glances up at the shout in curiosity and makes her way to the door of the barracks, heading outside. Packard follows her, but Feely sits on his bed, staring into space. Outside, a crowd gathers. Nualia, Lanewold, Packard, half a dozen of the black carapace troopers that aren't currently wearing their armor, instead wearing black fatigues, gather around in the open air. And it is in the daylight cycle currently, as the sun beats down on the stone. The all but naked Astartes strides forwards, arms outstretched, to a collection of cheers from the troopers. And he gestures at Agrotrom. This brave soul has sought to test the might of an Astartes against his own metal. I honor him by accepting his challenge.
Hold up. Oh, fuck. I'm about to get roasted.
He
What
walks
did you
over
think
to
was
one
going to
of the
happen?
He walks over to one of the troopers and says, "You will fetch this abhuman a weapon of his choice."
I just look at Grimball on my hip and I'm like, I don't know if I want to use that on the Astartes. That sounds fucked up.
Do it. Do it. Go all in. Balls to the walls, Mason.
Yeah, you already signed your death
Yeah,
warrant.
I've already done this. Agrotron will say, if it is of no annoyance to you, Lord Space Marine, I have a weapon I would use on me. One which was given to me by my ancestors in our old home. By those that you would call the Hadramor, the warriors in the mountains. I would use it for this.
I
Right.
would be honored to face such a vaunted weapon. And he turns to you, rolling his shoulders, loosening up, and then he drops into a low, spread stance, fists raised. When you are ready.
He's gonna backhand you through a wall.
It'll hurt. But to be fair, this is kind of what he wants anyway.
Oh yeah, I would like to take just a moment for the viewers just to understand exactly what Mason has gotten himself into. We are tier 1, and there are a total of 5 tiers. And each tier is like a difficulty level of the entire campaign going up.
There are drastically huge disparities just across tiers in general.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tier 1 to tier 2 is a very
tier
big
2
difference.
A full-fledged
you're-
Space Marine is a boss. to tier 1 and tier 2 characters.
If I remember correctly, a full-fledged space marine, like it is possible to be an Astartes in Wrath and Glory. They start like tier 3, right?
Scouts are tier 2, but tactical marines are tier 3.
But I'm assuming this dude is somewhere in like tier 4, judging by everything you've said about him.
I might even go as far as to say tier 5.
No, tier 5 is like champions of the gods and like the emperor or patriarchs.
With as much of
Or
a chance as
primarchs.
Mason, with as much of a chance as Mason has here, it might as well be tier 5.
Agreed.
I'm
All right, then.
gonna
Agrotrom.
one moment. I'm gonna put this on your because I feel like this works. No, at least it sounds good for this. Don't play it, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he'll kind of get in a stance, just try and focus for a second. Briefly wish that he drank and smoked a little before this. And just move in for a strike. He'll charge.
All right, go ahead and make an attack roll.
I will note that this
No
anyone who
more
observes.
wrath either.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, you're right. I don't have rev. He does this wordlessly. He does not yell anything as he moves.
Oh!
Wow.
Nice. Nice.
You can
8.
shift 2 6s.
Oh my god.
Oh, I forgot to roll him. Hold on. Forgot to put it in there.
As well, that's the wrong weapon. That's a frag grenade
Oh, that's a frag
damage.
grenade. Holy shit! You right. You right. Let's try that again. Bleh.
All right.
Nice.
It does become AP -1, although I don't think that applies here.
He's not wearing any armor.
Yep.
This man is wearing
He might not be wearing
basically
armor.
nothing.
He might not be wearing armor, but I believe it still goes
Armor
through
piercing
resilience,
only
right?
works with armor.
Does it only
No,
work with armor?
it only produces armor.
It only
Okay.
works on armor.
Okay.
It reduces armor value, not resilience.
Okay.
I imagine if I had to take a guess, he probably takes 1 damage out of this with that roll. 1 damage. That's it.
All right. How do you do this, Agrotrom? How do you attack him? Describe it. Be vivid.
So he gets the axe in his hands, ready to go, and he watches for a second as he places his feet, getting ready to move forward, and he'll rush forward, and before he gets to it, he'll flip the axe under and kind of spin his whole body diagonally and basically just try and go for a swing at his center mass if he can reach it.
All right. Yeah. You dart forward, surprisingly fast, swinging at him. You feel the heft of your axe carving through the air, and you swear you're dead on target. But you have just the briefest of seconds before it connects with his flesh, you see him flash a quick grin, and he seems to shift about 2 feet backwards, quicker than you can see. And the blade scores about an inch deep cut across his chest. A single forlorn bead of blood trickles down.
You got an Astartes.
Wow.
It's absolutely more than he ever would have predicted he would have got.
Yeah, that is a feat.
Yeah.
Job.
You're gonna go down in legend just for that.
Seriously.
Oh,
Hey,
well,
wait
that
a
is
minute.
disappointing.
Wow.
I'm going to re-roll that.
Oh my god.
Not to hit me, I would have cried. Yeah, that hits.
You think?
No
That-
extra damage.
All right, that is 8 shock damage.
Oh.
as
Ow.
he steps to the right around your guard, and in a swift motion, twisting his torso, just straight hammer punches the side of your head.
Oof. That would take me to -2 shock.
The world goes black for a second, Agrotrom. And the next thing you know, you're lying flat on your back and your head feels like it's cracked open. There's a cheer erupting from the troopers around as they clap. Cardaius leans down and offers you a hand.
Agrotrum will take it. Gladly.
He pulls you to your feet. It is not everyone who can land a blow on an Astartes, shallow as it is.
Yeah, he's still catching his breath for a minute. He's like, it comes as, excuse me, almost unbelievable to myself. Oh,
I hope I did not wound you too severely. I did try to hold back.
yeah. For seconds. I said to a man not long ago, in those books when we were referred to by species, we are called rotundus. Oh, we could take a lot, heavy and thick of bone. Although you certainly did more than any man has ever done to me in my lifetime.
Ooh woo.
You see
Shrugs.
a legitimate smile very briefly pass across Cardaius' expressions, and he gives you a
Wait.
nod.
Does Agrotrom have a crush now? That's pretty good.
No, but this guy is like, dude,
Progress.
I want this guy to be my fucking teacher. I want to be strong like this dude.
Yeah, isn't
want
that
to
basically
be
a
a
crush
strong
for
boy.
Agrotrom anyway?
Agrotrom, you can see already that the wound you gave him has already clotted, and he gives you a slightly quizzical look and says, "Try to keep your center of mass lower. Get in under their guard. Aim at the legs and knees. You will find it more effective."
He nods. Thank you for this wisdom. So I don't know how much lower I can get. he laughs. He's just like, I will take it
Perhaps-
into account.
Perhaps next time we meet, you will be able to show me greater feats.
He's asking you to try again next time.
Hey, so that's an invitation to me,
You have a date?
bruh.
That sounds like a date to me.
Yeah, sounds like a date.
He'll Agrotron will nod and say, I look forward to it, honored lord. And he'll hold up a hand like for a handshake if he's willing to offer.
He grips your hand in a meaty paw that dwarfs your own, his fist enclosing around yours. He gives it a very gentle shake. When we next meet, son of Hadramor.
When we next meet, Angel of the Emperor. He beats his chest once.
He gives you a nod and walks to the edge of the crowd as the troopers begin to disperse, the show having finished.
Noalia will go up to Agril, just kind of give him a pat on the back. Good work, Agril. It was a good blow.
Indeed.
It was also a good blow that you took. Here, let me take a look at you.
You wave a hand. You'll find that even Dawi skulls like mine are quite thick. I will have ringing in my ears for weeks to come, but I will be intact.
Be that as it may, as your squad leader and your squad medic, I insist.
Okay. He's just kind of defeated at that.
Yeah, go ahead and give you a Medicaid roll, Nualia.
Okay.
While you're doing this, Laymord and Packard wander over to you as well. Packard slaps you on the back. Damn. Yeah.
That is the most I've ever gotten with a roll.
Where
I was
was
strength
this?
to be able to
Where
wrestle
was
a dreadnought.
this on our willpower rolls?
I know,
God
right?
damn.
Yeah, Nualia, you patiently and meticulously tend to all of Agrotron's injuries, not just the concussion he just received. Agrotron, you can heal all of your lost wounds.
Nice.
I
I only
figured
had
we-
one missing.
I figured we
There's no
already
idea
had
patches
since it's been a couple of days.
Well, it's been a couple of days of you being stuck in isolation cells waiting rather than being treated.
That's fair. I'll put
But,
my wounds back
yeah.
there. There we go.
You tend to Agrotron with little difficulty. He has received a concussion from the punch to the skull, but nothing more severe than that. Laneward slaps you on the back, Agrotron. That was quite a smack to the skull you took. Oh, I could hear it from the other side of the ring.
I think I know how it felt to be the man I hit with my book in that jeep now.
Still, you got a hit on him.
Yeah. I wish I could have recorded that now that I think about it. Oh.
My poker buddies will never believe me.
Well.
But yeah. We will leave it there for today. You guys can use the roleplay channel to have some downtime chats, as I'm sure there's a lot for you all to discuss after this.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I wonder if anyone will be like, Aquajump, what the fuck were you talking about back there in that tunnel?
Agrotron, in your personal section, there is an alliances and such section.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and put Brother Caritas.
Yes!
Nice.
Sick!
You made a
Yeah.
friend.
My friend.
Yep.
So, you can all gain 1 point of influence
Ooh,
and 5 XP.
nice.
5 XP.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
And 1 permanent point of influence.
Very nice.
Nice. I wonder if I could put. I probably have enough to put my weapon skill up. That'd be good.
Let's see.
What does it take to get from a 3 to a 4 in attributes?
I think
a
it's
lot.
8.
I think I posted that actually not too long ago in another chat. Let me go look.
Is that
I've
for
got
the
it.
Friday
I've
game?
got it here. From 3 to 4.
Yeah.
It is 10.
Okay.
But yeah, well done. You brought down a chaotic ritual.
Hmm.
Some things
Flux
could have
has
perhaps
worked
gone
for
a
me
little
always.
smoother, but still.
Yeah, well.
I was fully intending to have Noalia, like, once we cleared the civilians at the door, to have Noalia fucking run up to that pit and jump. Like, if she saw a force field still down there, she was gonna jump in and try to pierce it with her power sword.
Admittedly, that's what I was gonna do too if I wasn't fucking brained by angry.
Yeah.
In fairness, I feel like it still wouldn't have helped all that much.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like we would have wasted more time,
Probably.
and worse would have happened.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I don't know.
It might
could have been
have.
awesome.
Like, touching that force field could mean a hell of a lot of damage. It could mean just straight going berserk immediately. Like, there's a lot of things
did
that could
touch it.
happen. You did touch it?
Yeah, it
Yep.
burnt me.
It burnt you, okay.
Nice.
Then yeah, I probably
I
could have killed
felt
myself going
solid.
through it.
I'm looking at skills. I can get my weapon skill to 5 now. That'd be nice.
I have a 4 influence now. I actually have a decent chance at getting gear.
Nice.
I have 2. Let's go.
I have 2 to start with. I have an item that gives me +1, and specifically when we're interacting with the Taurus Igni. And then I have +2. Or no, sorry, +1 for this. Was there another thing that was giving me +1 to influence?
I have a.
I think you had a base +1 from your archetype.
I have an influence 3. I'm not sure how.
Was it my archetype or my goal?
Either one.
I don't see anything in my goal about it. I'll have to look up. It might have been my goal.
Hugh,
Yeah.
after session, could you maybe set up a text thing for, between Flux and Noelia, or whoever else is going to be around in the main section, main barracks rather.
Yeah.
When Noelia comes back / ends up wanting to talk to Flux.
Yeah, I can set a scene for you guys. Or do you mean a private channel? Because that's up to Canuta.
No,
Yep.
scene.
I can do that.
Nualia would definitely do that fairly quickly. Pretty much the only reason she wasn't at that moment is because, a chance to see
She had a
an
show to
Emperor's
watch.
Angel. Yeah, it's a chance to see an Emperor's Angel fight somebody.
Yeah.
Noelia got a little moist from that, I'm sure.
No. She is a happily married woman.
I mean, if she didn't, I'm sure Admiral Trump certainly did.
Eh.
I mean, just think about it. You could be romancing an Astartes. That's kind of intense.
Yeah.
Yeah, Agrotrump's not a romancing guy. He
Oh,
wants his fucking
alright.
cigars, he wants his alcohol, and he wants to kick ass.
I feel like
So that
that's
sounds-
the basis of a lovely relationship with an Astartes.
Yeah, that sounds like entirely the kind of things they're into.
Bruh.
Imagine, just consider this. If you date the Astartes, they'll probably give you more tips.
Of many kind. What?
Well, we're there.
Look, if you're gonna put the joke in front of me, I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, I don't know what I expected. It should have just been that.
I was hoping someone would grab it.
Excuse me.
So on that note,
Yeah. That is
It has been a good night.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's it for the liberation of St. Cardaius Rest today.
I'm trying to find the page with the goals and all of that in the rule book, but I'm not finding it.
it's gonna be in
I
your
just make up
background.
my own TBH.
Canuta, that's gonna be in the backgrounds for whatever your archetype is.
Would it be there? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because that's where you have your goal, background, whatever, motivation, blah blah blah, and then there's a second table for your thing.
I like
There's
like
like-
one day. Oh, good. Sorry.
Oh, those I was gonna say.
I gotta figure out where that would
I was just gonna say, like, I find it really awesome that in one day I both swore an oath against Korn himself, and then also fought Astartes like right afterwards.
And also, you beat the shit out of me completely.
I did almost murder you. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I was there was no no hard feelings about that.
All right.
Also, Hugh, thank you for not making me have to actually talk to high-ranking Imperial people so that I could not get shot.
No worries.
I personally didn't want to talk to them, but it's like, yeah, whatever. I was just like, ooh.
I
They
feel,
were mainly worried about whether or not you had been corrupted.
yeah, I figured as much. But
It doesn't matter what you say at that point. If you're
Oh, all
corrupted,
right.
you're dead. If you're not, then
Oh, all
you're
right.
fine.
Yeah.
Nice.
And sometimes,
So-
even if you're not, you might still not be fine. But
Right.
Yeah.
So, should I expect any kind of problems now that whoever that woman was, who I assume is a psyker, ripped into my mind and went through all of my memories, or is that not an issue?
You'll find out.
Great, awesome.
I mean, if it was going to be a very overt, immediate issue, you'd be dead and
Fair
not
point.
wandering around.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fair
They're
point.
not exactly subtle about that.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good to know.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but I was talking about our first campaign with I think Mason during the break, and one of the first times I'd ever gotten to do anything with this, I wasn't really good with the lore, and I was playing a Sister of Battle that found a Chaos book, and I didn't immediately turn it into our Inquisitor, and I ended up getting corruption out of it, and I ended up getting bat wings as my first mutation.
I mean, that's amazing, but
And he was like a kind of a mentor for me, like in the character background and stuff too. Like they already had like an existing relationship. And she was like, "Hey, so I gotta talk to you about this." And she got interrogated at gunpoint and had to go through like a surgery to get the bat wings off, and then he sent her on a Suicide Squad type mission to see if she lived, and if she was, it was like, okay, I guess the Emperor isn't done with you yet. Let's keep you working.
Real quick.
And that was
just,
an Inquisitor that she liked and was her mentor.
just to say this, for the channel, we are rating The Gaming Archaeologist. So, once again, hope everybody enjoyed tonight, and we will see you next week. Have a good one. Bye.
Yeah.
As they say, stay tuned.
As they say, stay turned.